Then we had the Great Resignation. Now all of a sudden we have something that they're calling the Great Exhaustion. You know, they got to come up with trendy buzzwords to all these things. But this is something I've actually been feeling. And I know a lot of y'all have been feeling this too, because I've seen y'all talking about this in the comments of some of my videos, specifically the one that was talking about how time has sped up. I've seen a lot of y'all talking about this. So let me know down in the comments below if this is something that you can relate to, because I'm here to tell you, I've got a lot of free time on my hands these days because I retired from the workforce. I no longer have to show up somewhere each and every day except for the places I want to show up to. And I can tell you that sometimes I still feel pretty doggone drained. And I think there's a lot of reasons for this. I think there's a reason why people are feeling very tired and very exhausted. The first thing I think is pretty obvious, and that is the fact that people have to work now probably more than they ever have, because it's very hard to make ends meet these days. And, you know, not just that people have to work harder and work more, but they're working harder and more for what seems like less money because the cost of everything has gone up. Wages haven't increased. So you are essentially working more, and even though it might look like you're making more money on paper, the fact of the matter is your money doesn't go as far. And that can leave you feeling pretty freaking worn out. That's something I personally experienced, not because my money wasn't going as far, but because time felt like it was speeding up over the last couple of years. And I found myself working 14 to 16 hour days almost every single day for no additional pay, by the way. And that was because it felt like I couldn't get all the stuff I needed to get done in a day. Like time was just slipping away. I had to sit down in meetings with my manager every single week because she was trying to force me to go home, to not work so much. But because I was a company man and, you know, I wanted to show up for my team and my job, I felt like I had to do that. I felt like I owed it to the company to get my work done. That is not the way you should live your life, though. That is not how we should live our lives, because life is about much more than working. And if you live your life that way, I can tell you from experience, it's going to leave you feeling pretty freaking tired, very drained. But that's not the reason I believe people feel very tired. I think time itself is another reason. Like I mentioned, it feels like time's speeding up. So it doesn't seem like we can get all this stuff done in a day that we get done. Like time just slips away. What was weeks now days, and what was months is now weeks, and it just seems like everything is just going so fast. It's very hard to slow things down. I've been trying numerous things in my life. I've been distancing social media. I've been distancing myself from technology. I spend as much time as I can out in nature. And those things do a lot, but it still doesn't seem to slow time down enough. And I never get back to the way time felt back 15, 20 years ago, or especially when I was growing up. And a lot of people, well, you're getting old, because that is very rough and on that say, oh, time speed up. But explain this to me. There's a lot of variables, including kids, that I'm talking to. So I don't think it's just that. I think it goes much deeper than that. But because we like to sleep, also leave us feeling very tired because we get caught in this hustle culture. We have to work extremely hard and work a lot to get things done. I think it was not saying that that is very draining. That he was feeling pretty depleted because we were putting all our energy into trying to get things done, but it seems like I can't ever get caught up. And that you have social media, the internet, AI, technology in general, and all of these things are fighting for our attention. That is literally what these are kind of designed to do. They're designed to pull our attention in every way possible because there's monetary value on our attention. So that's what these platforms do. And the bad part about that is that they are very addictive. I fall victim to this too. Sometimes I look at my usage report on my phone at the end of the week. Unless you have reverted back to a flip phone and you don't actively use social media at all, I think you're probably going to fall into this category. And I'm telling you that this stuff, it depletes dopamine. It can leave you feeling very depleted. A lot of us, we wake up, first thing we do in the morning is we look at our phone, and that's usually what we do before we go to bed at night. But if you're doing that the first thing in the morning, it is immediately depleting your dopamine. And that is going to drain you. It's essentially sucking away your life force. And that's what I feel like social media and the internet's doing. It's essentially dehumanizing us, number one, but I also believe it's sucking away our life force. And I think that also goes without saying that that is going to leave you pretty freaking drained, because it's taking away all of your energy. It is essentially leaving people soulless, and I think that's a big thing that's happening. Because it's definitely altering people's emotions. If you think about people and the way that they've changed over the years, there's been a very profound shift in the way people act, the way they interact with one another, and just the way they are in general. And I truly believe that is because social media and the internet and all this technology we're surrounded with, it is draining us of our life force, which is pulling away our emotions. It's making people very numb, cold, callous. It's making people almost turn into like NPCs where you just run on autopilot. You have no emotion, you have no empathy, you have no compassion, you don't have anything, you don't feel anything. You just float through life aimlessly. And I think that's kind of where we're at. But if that's the way you live your life, you're going to be pretty doggone drained. And if you also think about what social media and the internet and all this technology does, it actually injects a lot of negativity into our lives. It is a very easy pathway for people to feed us agendas. And when they feed us agendas, a lot of it is very negative stuff. It is stuff that instills fear in us. It is essentially spiritual warfare. And that ties into our life force, because when we're being pummeled with this stuff and it's chiseling away at our spirit, that is also going to leave you feeling very drained. I mean, because honestly, that stuff is just very exhausting. How much of that stuff can you actually look at in a day and still feel like your sanity is there? I mean, essentially, because it almost makes you go insane, because there's so much stuff that we are being exposed to that we probably shouldn't be seeing and looking at, that honestly probably doesn't even affect our lives that much to begin with. But when we see it, it's very relatable and it feels like it's very personal. So all that stuff, it whittles away at us and it makes us feel exhausted. And that's another big thing that I think is happening. We're exposed to too much, and not just too much, but it's too much of the wrong kind of stuff. And that in turn has also created a whole lot of division. People now are divided over pretty much everything, and that also can leave you feeling very depleted, because I think a lot of us, we're kind of people pleasers. We go out of our way to make people happy, but now it feels like that you have to walk on eggshells around people, because if you do the wrong thing or you say the wrong thing, people are going to fly off the handle, because they're very unhinged these days. And it seems like the smallest little thing is enough to set somebody off. So now we have to tiptoe around all the subjects that we probably want to talk about. We have to try extremely hard to try to please people and make people happy. And that is very, very exhausting. And that also ties into relationships in general, because when you have all this stuff that's going on around us and all this stuff we're exposed to, and there's all this division, it bleeds into relationships. The dating world is exhausting. I don't even think I need to go too far into that one, because if you're involved in the dating world and you're out there trying to find a partner, you're going to know it's pretty it's pretty exhausting. It is something I don't even expose myself to these days. I love my peace, I love my solitude, and that is where I keep myself, because I just don't want to deal with that stuff. And that's where a lot of people are right now. They check out and they're going their own way because most people simply don't want to deal with it. So with all these factors considered, it is not hard to see why people are feeling very exhausted. And it's not hard to see why we might be headed towards the great exhaustion, as they call it. But while all that can sound very disheartening, I think there's a very simple solution to all this. And I think we can solve this problem. And I think it really comes down to doing things in life you enjoy as often as possible. Finding something that fulfills you outside of work, outside of the internet, outside of technology. And that is key here. I think if we can distance ourselves from our screens as much as possible, get away from all these agendas and all this noise, the better off we're going to be. And I truly believe that nature and our natural environment is the best way to do that. Not only is it very good for our mental health, it's also free. And that's something we don't think about, because, like I mentioned before, it's very hard to make ends meet. So finding solutions that don't cost you any money is very, very important. And I'm telling you right now, nature is free therapy. If I'm feeling down, or if I'm feeling exhausted or depleted, the first thing I do is I go outside. I let the sunlight hit my skin. I walk around in nature. And that immediately makes me feel a lot better. And when you couple that with distancing yourself from technology, you're also distancing yourself from all of this stuff that is fighting for your attention. So then you can focus your attention on the things that actually matter. And that's going to be different for everybody. You have to kind of forge your own path when it comes to that. But if you can put yourself in silence and make time for yourself, to leave you feeling very drained. I mean, because honestly, that stuff is just very exhausting. How much of that stuff can you actually look at in a day and still feel like your sanity is there? I mean, essentially, because it almost makes you go insane, because there's so much stuff that we are being because it can be used for jewelry or because it's rare. But somebody said it has value, therefore it has value. And in short, gold and money has value because it's just the way things are. It's the way society is set up. And these are the things that we tell ourselves. It's just the way things are. We have to work our entire lives chasing money until we're old enough to retire, until we're 65, because it's just the way things are. We have to pay taxes our entire lives and fork out what is probably half or more of our income so that the people at the top can get rich off of us, because they're basically using us as a means to make the top 1% or the top 0.1% even more wealthy, because that's just the way things are.
No.
But it doesn't have to be the way things are. And you know, the thing about it is, the only reason we have to pay taxes and we have to get money and we have to do all these things is because we've been programmed to believe that. And that just goes to show you how well the programming has worked. The propaganda, the indoctrination, all this stuff has worked extremely well, and we all believe it's just the way things are. So we stay stuck in this rat race our entire lives, working our lives, again, the best years of our lives away, while we're in our prime, so that we can someday retire at the ripe old age of 65, so that we can get out and do all the things that we've been putting off our entire freaking lives. But just like these cicadas that hatch out every 17 years, live a couple weeks and die, that should not be the lives that we are destined to live. Because I'm a firm believer that each and every one of us, we're here for a purpose. But I believe that the purpose we're put here for is much greater than we give ourselves credit for. I think that if there's something that we can dream up, it doesn't matter how big it is, we can achieve it. But it takes being able to go after it. It takes having the time and the capacity and the bandwidth to do that. But when you're stuck working a 9 to 5, you're stuck in a daily grind and you're stuck chasing all these things that we believe are going to make us happy and that's going to fulfill us and that we believe we need to have, it takes us away from being able to pursue that dream. And that's a terrible thing, because if you think about our tiny, small fragment of an existence on this planet, we shouldn't squander that. We should make the most out of that we possibly can. We should get out of life everything that we can and live to our fullest potential. We should strive to find out what our purpose is, and we should go after it. We should not let these superficial things and these things that we've been programmed to believe hold us back. Because if we do, we're living just like these cicadas. We're living most of our lives underground, suppressed. We're being held beneath the people at the top. We're being held beneath ourselves for most of our life. And then all of a sudden at 65, we suddenly grow and sprout our wings. We become free and we fly around. And we enjoy this existence of what it should be like. We enjoy it for this very small fraction of time, this very small piece of our lives, and then we're gone. But the most important thing that we can do for ourselves is break away from that. And the only way to break away from that is to stop participating. If we don't want to pay taxes or we want to pay less in taxes, there's only a couple options. It's either move to a country that has less taxation, or don't work as much and don't make as much money, or don't work at all. Don't buy as much stuff. That's less stuff that you're getting taxed on. These are the only options we have, and in both cases, it basically means not participating. Because if you leave the country, you're not participating in this country. Therefore, you're not paying this country's taxes. And if you work less or you don't work at all, then you're not participating. I personally chose to get out of the workforce. I chose not to participate. I retired myself out at 39. Because it got to the point where I just started seeing these things. I started seeing things for what they are. All these things I'm talking about here, I started realizing that. I started realizing that I was going to work my entire life away. And if I made it to the age of retirement, I was going to get out and I wasn't going to be able to do any of the things that I had dreamed of doing. And one day, the pain of realizing this and continuing to work my life away was much worse than the pain that I would have experienced if I got out and I was dead broke and I had to struggle to make ends meet. And I knew at that moment, when that pain of continuing to do that thing, continuing to be trapped and stuck in the system, when it was worse than the alternative, then it was time for me to get out. And that's exactly what I did. It was a tough decision. I mean, I worked 20 years in that career, and I loved my job. I loved the people I worked with. I loved everything about it. But I did not love the fact that I was working my life away. And even though I loved the job, it still was taking me away from the things that I believed were more important. Because I believe that myself, just like everyone else in this world, is meant for greater, is meant for some greater purpose. And I wanted to be able to find out what that is and realize that purpose and make it happen. It was scary, and it's still scary. And I'm sure it's the same type of fear that these cicadas experience when they emerge from the ground and they sprout their wings, and they're now exposed to all these new predators and this giant worlds around them, and they're probably completely clueless and lost and don't know which direction to go. And that's exactly what I experience. But that's life. I mean, that's life in general. Most of us are just flapping our wings, going where we think.
Have you ever looked at your bank account after a completely normal month and wondered where all your money went? You didn't buy anything crazy, no major purchases, just regular stuff, groceries, a few meals out, maybe a new phone because your old one was getting slow, normal expenses, and yet somehow you're sitting there thinking you should have way more money than you do. The thing is, and this is what most people don't realize until it's too late, a lot of the stuff we buy today just isn't worth it anymore. Not even close. Prices have gone completely insane on things that used to be reasonable, and we're all just sort of going along with it because that's what everyone does. My name is Nick, and I help people understand money and how to actually keep more of it instead of watching it disappear on overpriced garbage. If you want to stop feeling broke all the time and actually figure out where your money should be going, make sure to subscribe and hit the like button if this helps you out. Let's start with something that's probably going to make some people defensive, but it needs to be said. Fast food isn't cheap anymore. It just isn't. Remember when fast food was the thing you got because it was quick and affordable? That was the whole point. You could grab a burger and fries for a few bucks and be on your way. Those days are gone, completely gone. Now you're looking at 12, 15, sometimes $20 for a meal at McDonald's or Burger King, $20 for fast food. That's not even sitting down at a real restaurant with actual plates and someone bringing you water. You're standing at a counter or sitting in your car eating out of a paper bag, and it's costing you the same as a decent meal at a casual dining place would have cost just a few years ago. The value proposition has completely disappeared. You're paying premium prices for food that's still the same quality it always was, which is to say, not great. And people are doing it anyway because it's convenient, and we've all just accepted that this is normal now. But it gets worse when you think about restaurants. Not fast food, but sit down. This used to be regular restaurant budget. Maybe once you eat dinner, no big deal. Now, going out to eat has become this luxury. So you sit down, order a couple of Amis highs because why not? And before you know it, that's $60, $70 for two people. Like one that's at a place that's not even fancy, just a regular restaurant. Nothing. Then you add tips because of course you're eating it. You spend $100 on dinner, hundreds of whatever. You can get it. It's not like you bought something whole value, you ate food, and now it's over. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a meal out, but when you're doing this multiple times a week, which a lot of people are, you're talking about thousands of dollars every appearing into restaurant bills. And for what? Food that honestly you could have made at home for a fraction of the cost. Maybe it wouldn't be quite as good, sure, but would it be good enough to justify spending 5 or 6
All right,
times
cool. I'm
more?
gonna hop on mute now.
Probably not.
So
Most
our
people who
goal for
are
today is
struggling
to get the Levi
financially,
Strauss
and I
company
mean really
in
struggling to
the
save money
companies
or
list.
invest or build
We're
any
gonna
kind
try
of
and get
wealth,
these
they're
denim
eating
things
out
because
way
it
too
gives a
often.
bonus to, I
That's
think,
usually where a
entertainment,
huge chunk of
or
their
where is it?
income is going. They don't even realize it because it's $20 here,
Maybe
$30 there,
I
but
don't
it
remember
adds
what
up
tab,
to
but
this
anyway,
massive expense category
yeah.
that's completely optional. Then there's
fine.
cars.
Okay.
Brand new cars, specifically, this one drives me crazy because the math is
they like
so
reactors, trying to
simple.
make them
Cars,
motivating,
the worst financial things you could add.
like
Only driving a car off the dealer lot
motivating,
uses
or
20% of the value
generally
instantly. You haven't even got home yet and you're down dollars. It keeps appreciating more value every single year. Meanwhile, you're probably making payments on because most people finance cars these days. So you're paying interest on top of the purchase price, and the thing for it is actually becoming worth less and less. It's the opposite of investment. It's just burning money, and people do it because they want new car smell and the feeling of having the latest model. They want to see the driving some current status stuff, basically. Which you're matter, you're not going to be just straight up. 3-year-old used car is going to be digital. Yeah, it's laser and have to make depreciation has already happened all the utility without that hit. Getting the student. People don't want to hear this because they convince themselves they deserve a new car. They work hard, they should treat themselves, except for your car being being broke in the next few years. Hence, as specifically branded luxury clothing, designer stuff, all equal ways. Sometimes you quality items that last. A good pair of boots, a well coat, things like that can be worth spending more on because it lasts years and they but that's not expensive clothing. They're buying lots of buying names. They're buying the ability to tell people they own something for luxury brands, and they're paying absolutely insane markup for it. You can buy a plain white t-shirt for $10, or you can buy essentially the same shirt with a designer logo on it for $200. Same cotton, same factory, probably. The only difference is the logo, and people pay the $200 because they think it makes them look successful or fashionable or whatever. Meanwhile, nobody actually cares what brand your t-shirt is to you. Nobody's impressed. They might notice the logo, sure, but it's not changing their opinion of you. You're just $190 logo reading. It applies to so much clothing. Designer jeans, 3 handbags, the quality difference between the version and the normal version is usually what you pay for it. And fine if you have money burned, but most people do this don't. They're going credit card debt to design clothes because they do not. It's marketing convincing you that you need these things to be personally as a person. You don't. If you are no really control, so taking vacation used to be pretty affordable if you were smart about it. You could find decent, like, set a budget hotel, eat at inexpensive local places, have a time of spending fortune. That gotten way harder now. Hotels are insane, but budget options are expensive compared to and people are still taking the elaborate vacations they can't afford, feel like they have to. They'll post taking photos on social media, and they think it's a good thing. So they can't really work. Put a bunch of it on credit cards, and then spend next year paying off with for travel. Because being somewhere can be great. It's experiencing different cultures, all that half out, but not if it's not if it's preventing you from saving money or investing in your future. There's this attitude while young, you have to experiences. Sure, experiences are valuable, but you know what else is valuable? Not broke, not busy all the time, not having to work until you're 70, all your money on vacations in your 20s. Maybe better approaches is just go home, explore your own region, find free to do. Leave the expensive travel for when you usually avoid it. But people want to spend money on talk to streaming services that has over 6 now. Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, HBO, Amazon, Apple TV, Paramount, whatever else exists. Each is $10 to $15 a month, which doesn't much. When you add them all up, being $60, $70, $80 a month just for streaming service. That's close to $1,000 a year. For television. Now think about how much you're actually watching one or two services regularly and touching, but you keep all of them because you might want one thing on them eventually. Not literally anything else. It's that what it's only streams you barely use and people are still paying for something to build stream now. They're $150 a month cases with unchanneled network. It's $2 people doing it all done and figure out alternative. So they keep paying. And it's not just pay. People are doing this with gym membership too. They sign up and pay $50 a month for the first 2 weeks, never go again. But they keep paying because canceling feels like admitting the fee. So that's another $500-$600 a year just gone. Money that could have been invested or saved or used for something that actually matters. But instead it's going to a membership you're not using because you don't want to admit you're not going. Then there's the whole thing with buying new electronics every single year. New phone comes out, people line up to buy it, even though their current phone works perfectly fine. New Apple, new tablet, new smart whatever. The old one still works, but less better if you're using it. This is probably one of the dumbest ways people does it to some degree. A new iPhone costs what, $1,000 now, maybe more model. And people in the year 2 years won't be functional. One has a better camera, or processor or whatever. But does it actually improve your life in a meaningful way? Probably not. If you're using scroll, social media, and pictures, phones are all fine. And it's just constantly updating when they already own perfect well. Tell me, figure out what day people feel like they need the newest model, even when there's a new version every with
minor improvements and people fall for it every time. Meanwhile, if you just kept your phone or laptop for 4 or 5 years instead of upgrading constantly, you'd save thousands of dollars. Thousands. That could be invested. That could be earning returns. But instead, it's going to Apple or Samsung or whoever because people think they need the latest gadget. The worst part is that these devices don't even last as long as they used to. They're designed to break or become obsolete faster, so you have to keep buying new ones.
planned, obsolescence is real, and it's screwing everyone over. But people keep participating in it because they want the shiny new thing. They want to feel like they're keeping up with technology, even though technology has advanced way beyond what most people actually need for their daily lives. Here's another one that's gotten completely goods, branded cleaning products, expensive out of control, premium household kitchen gadgets, designer furniture, all that stuff. People are spending way more than they need to on basic household items because they think the expensive version is somehow better. Sometimes it is, sure. But most of the time you're just paying for a brand name. Generic cleaning products work just as well as the name brand stuff, but cost half as much. That cheap spatula is a fancy one from Sonoma. It needs a $100 blender unless they're people spend anyway because they didn't invent that expense means better quality, and sometimes that's now around having a perfect kitchen. While people are buying specialized equipment ones. Right here, use pasta makers collecting dust, expensive when they only use two knives, it all just stuff space and furniture. Finance a car or house or pet, buy a couch that's out needed in 5 years. They expensive store, so they put it on a command and pay interest on a couch. That's insane. You can get a perfect good couch for $100 if willing to run to their stores, marketplaces, whatever. But people always want everything to look perfect and match and Instagram worthy, so that thousands of people can't afford. Then there's what I call status spending. This is when people buy not because they really want them, because they think it makes them look successful. Expensive watches, designer bags, luxury cars they can barely afford. All of it is trying to project an image of wealth to other people, and it's completely backward. Actually, wealthy people usually are the ones doing this. They don't need to prove anything to anyone. It's people who want to look wealthy but aren't actually building wealth who fall into this trap. They're spending money on things that depreciate in value just so they can look successful to others and randoms. We don't care about them. They're doing that in sure. But they've got the nice designer purse, so everyone thinks they're doing great. It's all fake, all of it. And the really sad part is that this kind of spending is often driven by insecurity. People think if they have the right stuff, they'll feel better about themselves or other people will respect them more. But it doesn't work that way. Respect comes from character and actions, not from the brand of your handbag. And feeling better about yourself definitely doesn't come from going into debt to buy things you don't need. So where does all this leave us? Well, pretty much everything costs more than it used to, and most of it isn't worth the price anymore. Fast food is expensive and terrible. Restaurants are overpriced. New cars are marked up like vacations cost more than prescriptions, leading everyone dry. Electronics were priced and designed to break. Household stuff is unnecessarily expensive, and status spending is just throwing money away to impress nobody. The solution isn't that complicated, really. Stop buying stuff you don't need. Stop trying to keep up with everyone else. Like, stop falling for marketing that tells you you need the newest version of everything. Just stop. Cook at home more. Keep your car longer. Buy used when you can. Cut subscriptions you don't use. Keep your phone until it actually breaks. Buy generic products. Stop trying to look actually building wealth. You can either look wealthy or be wealthy. For most people, every dollar you spend on convincing other people, buying stuff you don't need is all that's not right for your fair. And yeah, maybe that means your life was impressive. Idea. Maybe you have the newest phone or the fancy car or the most exotic vacation clothes. But savings, that's what will financial security instead of the appearance of it. That's worth way more than any of this other stuff. But most people won't figure that out until it's late. Anything. That's not the point. Buy things that actually do you, things that prove your life or give you happiness. But be honest about what those things are. Most of the stuff people spend money on doesn't actually make them happier. It just makes them broke. And being broke definitely doesn't make you happier. The reality is prices have gone up on everything and they're probably not coming back down. Companies have figured out they can charge more and people will still pay. So they keep raising prices, and people have a choice. Oh, we stop buying. Okay, no, we old phone that we can put dinner or whatever and buy it over. It's not that hard to actually figure out it. Instead of just doing what everyone else is doing. People who figure this out early are the ones who end up financially later. The ones who keep spending money they don't have money, are the ones who end up stressed about money their entire life, wondering why they can't get ahead even though they make decent money. All these little expenses that seem reasonable in moments, but add up to thousands and thousands of dollars a year that just disappear. So be where your money's actually going. Contract for a month if you need to. You probably spending on stuff there. Then what you cut because usually there's a lot of things, and that would be doing something useful than paying for your 7th or your 3rd meal out.
It all began one of the two Barcelona astronaut interrupting your meal and giving you a free bracelet.
And when he was selling, there was some guys and they stole my wallet.
And
Oh, wow!
Bracelet. And now they came to me and told me, if you don't give me money,
Okay.
Do you want box? Do you want to fight? I said they're trying to fight me.
They're trying to square up with a 40-year-old woman. Oh my God.
We've identified a scammer right here.
Who does that? Yeah.
Oi, mate. You giving away free stuff?
Free stuff.
I saw you give a guy a belt.
Belt. You
For,
like belt?
for
Yeah.
free?
I buy it. I sell.
Ah,
it.
you
Later,
sell them.
later.
I see.
Give me something for my family.
These are for free?
You're free.
For free? Thank you.
No. You do the camera, video.
I thought it was free. I see nothing.
What the fuck shit? This is ridiculous. What is everybody in the area is being fucked around and annoyed because of this one retard. There's one retard ruining it for everybody.
Everyone's meal. Thank you very much. Thank you. It smells now. It's my skull. Think so? You actually got it for free. Did you offer you belt for free? Did you get money? 10 euros?
Yeah, you know why? Because you're on holiday with your wife. You don't want to deal with it. Look at you. You don't want to have to deal with the PD never on. You don't want to have to fight with somebody. You don't want this to ruin your meal. Scott, look at that. Look at that huge fight. You want to get in the way of no, just okay. I have to pay you $10. You're gonna leave me alone? Wow, this is the best deal of my life. Okay, there you go. Bye. Mega pint, yes. It is a mega pint.
Scammers owe Tyler one. The thing I really don't like, if you were to just walk up and say, hey, you want to buy this for me for a couple of dollars, once they're done with dinner, far more reasonable than walking up, you're playing cards with a lady, and a guy comes up to you offering you a free belt. Get the fuck out of here.
If it was me, I'd take all these people, I'd put them in jail and deport them. Send them back wherever these people came from. Send them back. It does not matter. Oh, but they weren't doing anything wrong. Yeah, but they were trying to be fucking annoying. Get rid of them. It's just really like, what are you doing? And if they were here.
Change the video capture. Give me a second, guys. Picture.
Give anything what you can.
I see, so donations.
Yeah, you can give anything what you want.
So is it free?
Yeah, it's free, but you know, if you have money,
It's free, but you have to give me something for it. Like, this is crazy.
this one, because you know, we are living here so hard. Life is so hard.
Life is so hard.
What the fuck is this glass?
Then leave.
From?
I'm from Senegal. You make video?
Yeah.
No, don't make video.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll make video if I need to. I'm just curious.
No, don't make video.
Well, I can do what I want. Thank you.
Put it out. Put it out.
No.
Put it out.
No. I'm gonna walk away, but I'll do.
No. By the way, how did you just have a conversation with for this guy for 20 seconds without realizing that he had a video camera on you? Like, I literally see the other guy with the camera. It's so obvious. Yeah, life is so hard. You're sitting around in the beautiful city in the middle of the day, scamming tourists, wearing nice clothes with sunglasses, smoking cigarettes. Ah, guys. Ah, jeez. Won't everybody think about the little guy? Come on.
What I want to let that be known. I have right to film.
No, but not to me.
You're in public.
Not to me.
I know, but not to me.
How about
Not
this?
to me.
Just you quiet down.
Take money.
Video, please.
For your time.
Video,
Just stop. Stop.
I just,
Alto. The fact of the matter is, if you want to film, you should be able to film. It's that simple.
And as I sat down for a drink and watched,
Gracias.
it was clear that
He's gonna aggro him.
not avoid these architects spawning out of thin air.
Architects
Just didn't.
of what?
¿Qué es esto?
Bracelets?
Mercado aquí? No. No? What is he doing? Is he offering it to you for free?
It's like, I mean, imagine, like, bro, these guys are so cucked. You have this retard that's sitting asking your customers, and they do this every day. They probably do this every single day. What people put up with for a second?
Is it you selling them? Well, why do you harass? No? Why do they come harass the customers?
He doesn't want to get involved. It's just saying that they don't want to deal with it. Baldy appreciates it.
They spawn there too. Gracias. Exactly. Unbelievable. You're over 2, aren't you?
Every day we have his.
Every day, yes, exactly. Just this random ass guy.
And some of these scholars so emboldened, they'll resort to physical violence to your money, or worse, if they see you filming.
Man, what does Hakuna Matata mean?
Hakuna Matata from Kenya.
Kenya.
Barcelona.
Oh, thank you.
From Hakuna Matata.
Good to meet you then. Tyler. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, what a nice guy.
Yeah. What do you mean? Oh, thank you.
Like from lying. Wait. Wasn't there him running after?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, what happened? What happened? I thought everything was fine. Oh no.
Oh. I've never really been to Africa. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah?
That's so nice of you. Thank you.
What I think is really funny. If these guys did this in Africa, like, I bet they would probably have the worst time. Get beat up? I don't think they get beat up. I got a feeling they wouldn't get beat up. Yeah.
How do you afford these?
This thing is like they probably don't even want them over there. That's why they're here.
How much?
I want to know.
Hey.
Some money for you.
I thought it was free.
Yeah, it's good, something good for my.
But I thought it was free.
That is something.
I feel like you're scamming me though.
Very kind, bro. A long time here.
Tú eres una estafadora?
Estafadora?
Sí.
This is my job for my baby.
But you, how many babies do you have?
Me, I have one baby.
Why are you not being father to your baby?
No, me, I have one.
Why?
He just talking mad shit, bro. He getting them upset.
Why are you here then? Why are you not with baby?
Africa.
Why is that? Why are you not in Africa with your baby?
Yeah, Africa, Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Well, I thought he was from Kenya.
I thought you were from Kenya.
No,
I'm
my
checking
friends
chat right
from
now,
Kenya.
guys. If you have anything to say, let me know. Just popping in, seeing what's going on.
Bro, this guy is just like he is floundering, man. No, you don't understand. No, dude.
Is it free or no?
Give some money.
Is it free? Huh?
I genuinely wish you could take a person like this and give them an IQ test. I do. I would love to watch that.
I gotta give you something?
Yeah.
It's like, what if they score like a 140 or something, you know? Like.
Money, some money.
I gotta give you money.
Yeah.
I have to give you money.
Please.
Bruh.
Happy? Yeah, I'm very happy. You happy?
Not happy.
Not happy?
No.
Huh?
Wait, what did he say? Curses me in African tongue. He's giving so wait a minute. So what he's doing is he's giving the scammers Monopoly money after they try to scam him with the
Huh? Huh? The scammer got scammed. Quit finessing people. I don't want this. Hey, try some shit. I dare you.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh. Bro, he just got clotheslined. Oh. No, bitch.
Hey, watch out.
Nope.
Hey.
Got another one. Oh.
Hey, back down.
Oh.
Hey, get the fuck away. Hey, buddy.
Bro, he just hit him right in the face.
Back the fuck up. We'll crush you.
I love how, like, after that, I mean, this is a big boy, too. Like, after that, he was like, but don't you come over here again.
Back the fuck up.
Yeah.
Stay down. We're good. Let's call it a day.
Look at the attack pattern. Watch it in slow motion.
Oh my god. Shit.
Rings. Oh no.
Back up. Move the fuck away. I'm gonna spray your ass. Then move.
Ya está.
I think what I think is also really kind of revealing about this is that there's like an entire apparatus of these people in the area. So it's not like it's one guy being annoying. It's like 10 guys being annoying.
Ya está.
Hey.
Let go.
Move the fuck away right now.
Yeah, it's like
Get
a guild.
The fuck off. Go.
It's the
Get outta
retard
here.
guild.
I don't know. Move. Go. We're taking a stand. No more scammers. What are your thoughts on what you just witnessed?
The shit
Do you? Oh, you're British?
Yeah.
What is this? Are you a scammer too? She's a scammer too. Don't take her bracelets. What?
He's a scammer. Just talks to her for 3 seconds. Yeah, it's a scammer. He's probably right too. Aren't they organized? Yeah. Of course they're organized.
One thing you also notice is how they populated out of thin air, and they have a whole nation out here apparently.
Bro, they spawned in.
Hey, you know what rage made them? The $10 bill that was fake. You understand the nature of this. You piss these guys off, they try to you.
Yep. You remember, this one was crazy, bro. Them trying to run him down.
For free?
After being met with our self-defense, these intellectuals.
No way he's collecting them. No way. Like fucking war trophies?
Wised up and actually gave me a free bracelet.
Two's good. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Okay, so you actually get some stuff for free if you ask for it, apparently. The days are over. That was just the battle. The war has not even begun.
But these guys are nothing compared to the filthy gangs of pickpockets stealing from anyone they can. So I met up with the local pickpocket hunting legend Eliana and her crew to expose, shame, and stop these rats from stealing.
Well, why don't they just go? Why don't they just have the police come and get them and search these people and be like, wow, this is a wallet that says Bill, but your name is, Erica. Why do you have Bill's wallet? Oh, Bill is a tourist here. Why do you have Bill's wallet? Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do.
Yeah, exactly. She's been for 16 years.
Soft on crime. That's right.
She taught to me how to catch pickpockets.
Okay, she's your sensei.
Exactly.
How are you? Good to meet you. How are you guys? It's the crew right here. You guys saw something?
Yeah, we saw two.
You saw an actual pickpocket?
Yeah, we saw two. Yeah.
Right out here? What?
Why did they stop cutting off the hands? Like, what was the reason that they stopped doing that? Because I feel like that definitely, like... I feel like that pretty much should put a stop to it real quick, right? Why did they stop doing it?
Okay, cool. We're good now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, shit. Too many hands? That's okay. I mean, shit. You want to give them the gall treatment? I mean, The thing is some bullshit called human rights or something. Oh god, I'm gonna get into that shit again. Oh man, bro, what? Shut up with that bullshit.
Bullshit.
What hour?
Oh, there they are.
Shut up.
Light brown hat.
You gotta
Okay,
hear
we
that
found the
again.
pickpockets. They're back at it. I think they may have seen us. We're gonna keep a trail on them. You think they'll steal?
Well, it's their job.
It's their job.
You see, the police is there. Look at that.
Yeah.
We'll just hang back. We'll hang back. Ahí tienes dos, eh. Hace 15 minutos intentaron aquí.
All right, they're going. They're going.
Oh,
All right, he's going in. He's going in.
They're gonna get him?
He's going in. Pickpocket's going in. Cops going in.
Caballeros, conmigo.
Oi, oi, oi.
What's our...
The pickpockets have been absconded. Look what we got here.
Did they
Public
get
shaming
one?
ritual. So what are they gonna do right now? They don't have evidence.
They're gonna no, but they're gonna check.
We have more police coming in right now. How did you know?
Yeah, I mean, well, like opinion. I mean, you could cut their hands and send them back to the country they came from too. Shit, shouldn't have been doing. But some American goes to Dubai, starts stealing shit. They cut their hand off, send you back. We say sorry. That's my opinion. Sorry, the fuck out of here. You go to another country stealing shit like that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Hands exactly. Then don't get them cuffed. Should we send hand back as well? No. They take maybe it's like a souvenir.
Oh, it was them.
They were here and just like look at these lack of batteries. Yeah. The guy on the left pulled a box cutter on me a few weeks ago, so I know him, and he reckons. They communicate with other tapes, so then it's clear.
So what's
Yeah,
the police do if they have evidence of somebody?
Check to see if they have any forms. Check for
Release the camera. He'll send me live right now. Fuck you. You start.
You start spitting at me?
Pickpocket hunting instant.
Like that whole Sodom and Gomorrah guy, like, they didn't do another one of those, did they? Yes, they did that shit. I bet.
Alright, so we have...
He didn't know his arc once.
So that we're going to
He
do
didn't
the
explain.
dinner and then import the birthday. We didn't. We didn't.
Pending a couple nights in jail.
Are they gonna arrest that guy?
Yeah, they don't have something pending. 50 or whatever.
He had 50 what pending?
51.
51 cases of something?
51? And he's just walking around.
He's a career criminal. He's going to jail.
Well, I'm gonna be in jail at least 2 nights.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna be gone for 2 nights again.
He's going to.
He's going to jail.
Do you think that maybe the cops never really arrest these people or do anything to them? Because if you
That's
actually
kind of
catch all the
case,
criminals,
still-
then they won't need you anymore. It's like you know the beginning of Max Payne. It's like, yeah, you're out of the military now. They're like, why? You killed them all. That's it. They're all dead. Like, well, what do you mean they're all dead? yeah, we don't need you anymore. What the fuck? Like, this is job for them. This job's here, right? Major pain. Excuse me, major pain.
As also, with pickpockets easy to get around Subway, looking for easy cards, they can get their victims here.
The city gold mine. In 10 years, and process to track thieves. Hundreds of visitors, even on social networks.
Social
networks.
You just know. Of course he did. Of course he did. Duh.
Quick, you cloning them with YouTubers, shorts, reels, TikToks, to open clip, you can have shorts in with editing using the power of AI. You just copy the link of the video, open Pro, and paste the open source, and later I have clips. Use open editing feature, Simone,
doesn't do anything. I don't know. They don't.
Don't need to hire an editor, no spend time editing yourself. It's AI magic. The question is, is there AI editing? Do they actually use? You're going to for yourself. I think I'm doing your own clip.
Just make sure you're using this. Yeah.
And whoever's left used by the end, we can drop ending short of brief back to law.
Trying to steal the people. So maybe yes, to show them around half past 8.
I trade them all. Oh, something.
You're for me. You're running
Fairly honest. Snip the trails. Your eyes are scanning everyone. Everyone gets, look, he gets an eye scan. Wolf and Tinga press.
She's with me.
See. Yeah.
You see right now?
Yeah, what is doing?
We're getting in now, right? So she will not be some weird engine.
How many face do you have members?
Maybe. And out of nowhere, our pickpocket hunters spot some faces they recognize.
All around Thursday.
You know who it is. You already even who it is.
I've seen someone that's sus. It's like,
Well, go get him.
I don't see sus all the time. But like, I do know. You know,
Data. They gotta get like some throw over him. Oh. Yeah, no, they're in their face. I walk away like it's surely they're doing like. Surely, there's a way, right, guys? What do you want, people? Where's the? Oh, jeez. We're the police. I understand.
Crazy squirrels.
How is it everybody's mad at them, but no police are there to get them?
He just shit them.
Says f you.
So, you've seen the guy.
Where's the police?
Shame.
Where are the police? Why is this your policing? No. Oh.
Sí, sí.
She went pregnant with stolen skin.
He's pissed.
It makes me so mad that the police aren't just getting them. They just know that they do it. What do you mean? So you know these people and who search stuff. Then you say, well, you're going to talk to me and you're going to say because you know. Well, that's you're going to say, yeah, you do that. And not sure he has a Trump, I guess she's pregnant. Okay. It's sitting in jail. Should not be stealing while you're pregnant.
I've been saying the whole time. And you know, pockets from watching the distance is when you want to.
Yeah. He's trying to aggro him hard.
I'm actually not kids. They didn't like Jane. I thought they're going to we something out and get pregnant. I'm not.
Nothing happens to these people. I don't know how. Like, it's truly astonishing. And stuff. Why?
To prevent someone getting by the way. So I kind of feel this wouldn't.
Feel bad. Never feel bad. Person is doing bad. The problem is this is a level right now. Like developed countries has misplaced empathy, missed empathy. Where a person doing something is a situation that they. This is all to be used. It's toxic empathy. It is.
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, that's
why
they go to pickpocket schools. They're trained.
Do you agree with what the YouTuber's doing? I mean, like, no. I mean, I would, like, I mean, I like. He can only do so much. I mean, I would want the police to just come and get him and put him in jail, right? That's what I would want to have happen. He's doing the most that he can do.
Average of 350 pickpockets in the metro of Barcelona every day.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
By the end of 2019,
A lot of
with the
never-ons.
police and with our pressure, we had gotten rid of like 85% of them.
So you guys have single-handedly wiped out a lot of this pickpocket economy underground.
Absolutely.
And where are they going as an alternative to Barcelona?
The main cities.
These guys are like the level 60s that go into Stranglethorn Vale and kill the level 50s that kill the level 30s. Yeah, yeah, that's well, modern morality, huh? What's that? By the way, Barcelona. So there you start off.
Here, there wouldn't be
gold mine. What percentage do they support?
A lot of
I think they're doing it. It was like that, you know. They were seeing
What do in America? Well, the reason why is getting in as big America as in Europe. In America, you shoot you and you're dead. It's simple. Yeah, people. It's crazy how effective that is, huh?
I think people like get shot. It's like, it's like, I feel like California's like what kind of like
that's smart. That's smart.
I don't know. Because like California there, like still
how fucking embarrassing. That is insane. Oh my god.
When you get something going so long.
And for the be thinking, oh, these poor girls love.
You don't get arrested for you pregnant. You should be stealing. Anybody's manipulated by some emotional shit. This is the kind like if I ever have voting ways like take all their votes, put in march. Like any things like that, just march. Never listen to people at all.
There was some guy and there was no.
Show me.
And they saw my voice.
Thank you. Damn, bro. 5 guys? No one? Yeah, take some difference. Fuck, bro. That's been a lot.
Out of here. But luckily you ran to me.
Oh.
Scamming public day or night. Boots on the ground, paid for by help me hire girls like these to go the world. Subscribe on Patreon.
Somebody actually knows how to fight, or they're not massively on this one. Somehow, like, you know, they're the lie. And the only time they're, it's like, again, like I said, in resting alongside somebody that's of the opposite faction, and you're just kind of coexisting until, like, another one of their friends shows up, and then they just somehow coincidentally get this burst of courage to attack you, and then him and his friend kill you. Like that's it. Yeah, it's just total fucking.
/Tyler Oliver
Party plane, yeah.
Can't upload on YouTube.
We're in Las Ramblas again at night. Let's see how this place is. Looking good.
It's a nice place.
It up for the day. Where are my amigos? Why don't you let them enjoy their meal?
I don't understand what you say.
Why don't you let them enjoy their meal and walk away?
What do you want?
I want you to walk away.
I'll let you walk away.
I'll let you walk away.
No, I'll let you.
I want you to let them enjoy their drink with her son. Leave them alone.
He's your son.
No. I want them to enjoy their night.
Well, man, what's your problem?
You're my problem.
What you want?
I want you to let people eat their fucking food.
Whoa,
That's my
man,
only
problem.
No, I want you to relax.
I'll let you go your way.
I want you to walk. Come on. Thank you. Let's go. Come on. You can bring it back. Straight to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do.
Keep going. If it happens again.
You don't have to go too far to meet migrants who come to Spain on a cracular visa.
Crack you.
I'm going for you.
Sell drugs. Yes. I'm still correct you on that. Yeah, I bet you are. Good job. Do you want to tell me you came Pakistan? He's like, you know, he's Pacific. I'm working. Yeah, the other barrel, I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's like, right? Where, like, you think of the migrants of selling you bracelets and then trying to get a fight while you're having dinner. I mean, the type of enrichment that it's just part of the country and you just not have that. It's essential. The camera. Oh, you still don't need the cameras?
While Crapper didn't lose our bracelet.
Let anyone want to deal with this? Like, just have these random fucking migrants sitting around with a bunch of shit in the middle of the street, like they're turning into a shithole.
It's fucking bizarre, dude.
Really, this is insane. Like, how's anybody putting up with this? Welcome to the EU. I don't know where to go there. Just get rid of them.
Our base war, then I do.
Just look at the food. Yes. Peace. The salt. Everything's out. Slack, watch your gun for you. That's our friend up there. All nice.
It actually is the same guy. The same guy wearing the same stuff.
dancing, bailando, amigos. Problem matter. Call this fight. One. I need to show the police. We're good. It's peaceful. We're good. I like to tell you what to do. You're to tell you what to do.
And if these in charge of me, broad day, imagine how bold feel.
Don't give me money.
What the fuck? Like a fucking Ukrainian ass RPG? What the fuck?
What is this? Exactly. Countries get rid of them?
Ridiculous.
Oh, easy. You just send the police in, round them up, put them in jail, figure out where they came from, buy them a flight back. If they were born here, keep keep him in jail. Duh. What do you mean? Oh, how do you do this? Well, you just get him and get rid of him. They come back.
Once 1850
well, then you put up a wall so they can't come back. And if they get over the wall, then you arrest them for getting over the wall, and then you send them back again.
Really pause anything. I'm just gonna go AFK for a bit.
It's pretty simple.
Take a shower, get breakfast, and.
So why don't you do the same thing in the U.S. if it's so easy? We did. So whenever Trump took we're getting rid. So that's actually. Well, watch just a minute. Yeah, you're right. You
can just
they can do this too. Yeah, of course they can.
Train me. And two old ladies were coming from Canada. They told me, okay? So, no, I'm not okay. I said, they're trying to fight you. You really have to come out street. Why do you fight here? I don't think they should be here. So there's a problem that evil which is not punished. It should be on the road.
Yeah, obviously.
The crew is getting pissed off.
I can start in the end. Fuck you, man.
You put a camera in your back.
I wonder why.
It just came up. Me go earlier. We're not with you.
Okay, calm.
I respect your guys' work ethic. What I don't understand is when you come up to.
I mean, that's true. They are out there every day. You got to give it to them on that one, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true, but I don't understand.
You put the bracelet on, and I said I want the bracelet.
Yeah, they out there cooking.
Money, and then things get hostile. Why did they do that?
Okay. Everybody's not the same. We have all the different mentalities.
100%.
Everybody's not the same. There's some people that steal shit out of the bags. There's other people that sell counterfeit goods. There's some people that try to give you something and then they want something in return, and if you don't give it to them, they'll beat you up.
Nigerian
and then we also have the other people that, like, if they see that those guys are having a problem, then they'll come and beat you up too. And so, like, there's a lot of different roles that we have in this organization. It's not everybody just sells fake Eiffel Towers. So other people that beat you up for not buying them. This isn't simple, guys. It's actually really complicated.
No, I don't do. Everyone in your business, you and your business. I know you're going to put this on the internet. It's not my
100%.
fucking problem. You see someone, they do the work, you keep yourself, you go do your work. Me, if you do something like this, I respect what you do. It's not my problem. I can do with the video and you. It's not a problem.
Sure. Earlier, you said I attacked black people. A black man attacked me first before I did anything. So what happened?
I say, oh, I want to. Okay, take it.
But for you to tell me what to do. You, but you're true.
I'm pushing nobody. You're going to take it.
Sure.
And what business is that?
I'm smart.
See, you can't even argue and debate with people like this because it's so retarded. There's never gonna, like, it's playing chess with a pigeon. So if you have a logic trap, they're gonna just go.
That's not what happened.
No. Wait, I didn't say that, but you just said it.
Some people have you just I him out.
You
Don't
just don't get it or won't get it. Either way, you'll lose.
Calm, say, okay, you got to take it. All you tell them, get nothing, get back, do something like this. Not good,
sure. I agree with you. So why don't you stop fighting people?
Somebody that don't want to do it, you do a video, don't do it. Don't do it in him.
But he can walk away. You don't set the rules for me how to live. You know what I mean?
Someone, they do the camera. He's going. Don't follow him.
In that case, I did not, though.
I see he followed you.
He followed me. He set the tone for our relationship. Does that make sense? Where are you from?
I'm from Senegal. We from all the same
Okay, you guys are very hardworking. You guys are funny people. Why do we do this for a living? living? I'm just confused. Just sell something. Just tell them the price.
You don't understand. You gotta pay.
You don't understand because it's harder to do. That's the reason why. Like, it's if you can randomly get somebody to give you $10 for a bracelet that you made for $1, that's 1,000 fucking times easier than setting up a store, getting a business license, hiring people. You gotta do all this stuff. Like, meanwhile, why would you do this?
A lot of time for me.
Why does it gotta be this field of work?
All the black people you see in the street, they do the hustle because he don't have a paper. You want to buy food, you want to help your family, you want to buy the clothes, you want to buy the shoes. What are you gonna do? You're gonna do something. It's better to hurt someone.
Do you come here illegally?
No.
So I'm trying to understand why you don't have the paperwork if you're here legally. Does that make sense?
You don't understand.
You don't understand. So we're not here illegally, but we don't have the paperwork.
I think they just don't know how to.
The tourists should be able to come here and enjoy their time. Spain.
Well, everybody should be able to.
Like,
it's not even a question.
I don't
like,
know.
how is
like,
this even? How is
they
this even
already
happen?
are past the point where people are probably going to help them.
It's crazy.
But if people did want to help them, the European government
coming
should
from
just
different
like
countries here. But you know what? When you
see better than hurting someone, this is the most innocent act for them. This is the reason why they shouldn't
and also
even
they should fucking
be here.
IQ them. Not
If
to
they
be
let them
like
stay there, are they really illegal?
but,
If
like,
they're not, you need to change the law.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be there. That's a fact. Yeah, so whatever the law is that's letting them be there, change the law, then get rid of them.
Extend that $10 euro.
It's pretty
straight into
simple.
their palms. You know what happens? They aggress and they make things unpleasant. Things don't have to be this way.
While the local restaurant owners appreciated us keeping the scammers at bay, I can't be in every city at once. So it's up to you to take a stand and make a difference in your city next.
Cheers.
The only way you can really make a stand and do something about this is if you mobilize people and you bring attention to these issues and you support people in government that will actually hold these guys accountable. This is a problem that you could solve in 1 week. You just have the police come out there. All right, he's doing it. Come here. But I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, that's nice. Now you're coming with me. And you're gone now. And that would be it. And after you do that for like a week or so, there's not going to be any more of them. They're going to be gone. And everybody is happy. Everything's fine. Everything goes back to normal. And society is great again. This is a choice. It is a conscious choice that these countries and these groups of people engage in by allowing this behavior to continue. Really? They allow it to happen.
Sorry, I'm just adjusting some.
You underestimate how tough Europe is?
500,000 likes. I'll release the
This
Battle of the
this
Eiffel
video
Tower
reminded me I
Paris
need to do
2.0 Scammer War movie.
Okay, I'm liking it. Oh god, that's fucking funny. Okay, let me go back. I'll link you guys the video. That is really fucking funny, man. The problem is it's fermented for years now. I don't think it's something that can go away immediately. Of course it is. You just go get them. Like, everybody... The thing is, like, every problem... Like, how long did it take Bukele to get rid of the El Salvador problem? Like, fucking, like, what? A couple of years, maybe? Like, bro, as soon as this guy took over the major city, the crime was like immediately going down. And then as soon as he's the president, it's gone. So, no, it's the thing is that it took Trump 1 week to close the border. Yeah, you just send the guys over there and you do it. It's you enforce things, leftists will start mass protests, then arrest them. If they're starting a mass protest and they're breaking stuff, and if they want to stand out in the street, let them do it. Who cares? But the moment that they start doing anything wrong
The
or
problem
committing
with
crime,
arresting
then you just
people en
arrest them.
masse is
That's
that's
simple.
gonna
Then you
like
put
make
them in jail.
those people's
Then there
family
you go. It's
really
I think that
fucking mad.
everybody has a very
'Cause I have
distorted view
some
on this.
stupid family members
Putting people that
who,
cause people
you know, they'll
putting people that
support
cause problems
bullshit.
in jail
But
actually just gets rid of problems.
if my family
Everybody
members
has
got
this
arrested
idea like, oh,
for
well,
some
you can't do
stupid
that.
protest they went to or whatever,
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna be a little fucking
You
bit
absolutely
annoyed.
can. And it works. Why is this a bad idea?
Yeah.
Some are committed to a more civilized type of scam where they don't want to beat you up if you don't buy most of the time. Well, why are we letting them wait? Well, why are they scamming? Like, why would you let somebody scam? Like, what's going on? Like, so people are coming to the country. They're not even from the fucking country, and they're here causing problems. Just get rid of them. Like, I don't even understand how this is a
Dude, this stock I'm
conversation
trading
point.
right
it's
now
so
is
obvious,
so close
isn't it?
to taking a fucking
How is this
dive,
hard to
and
understand?
I'm kind of rooting for that because it's fucking IBM.
It's just the guy from the video.
So I bought it when it was at the high.
When you say put criminals in jail, they're trying to
But
virtue
I
signal and
bought a
swallow
put
down their
on
own
it,
racist
right?
assumptions
So,
people you're
like,
talking about don't somehow
I'm
have to be
looking forward
minorities.
to, like, when it goes down,
if
like
something
what it
is
was at
against the
this morning,
law,
it was
and
at,
it's a good thing to be
what was
against
it
the
at?
law, and 99% of the people that it
260,
puts in
bought it
jail
at,
are
like,
minorities, that doesn't make the law bad. A law isn't bad based
280.
off of who it affects. A
And
law
now
is
it's going
bad based off
down
of what it
sad.
is.
No, maybe it's
You're using
what did I actually
reductive
buy it
logic. It doesn't even make sense. Just because something affects a group of people disproportionately doesn't mean that it's wrong. We'll see what this person. If you put these people in jail, specifically in Europe, the
Either way,
country's
it's
going to
going the way
get
I want it
financial
to, which I'm glad I
reprimands.
checked on
You
this
don't want
trade.
this fucking thing, the EU thing we're in.
I might
Well,
show you
get out
guys
of
the
the
trading
EU.
I've been doing
Like, so
lately.
if the
I've
EU
been
is
doing it for a
forcing
long
you
time, so
to allow basically
beside the
criminals to terrorize everybody in your
so
city,
let's just pop
why
this
are
on.
you in the EU?
I'm not really gonna broadcast this, but I'm just
If you need
queuing
to,
up the order.
if being in the EU means that you have to import millions of migrants that terrorize your civilians, why are you in the EU?
Because
And also, Poland doesn't do this, and they don't have the problem.
Neither does Hungary.
So how
But
Poland's
apparently
part
they're
of the
evil
EU?
ones in the EU.
It's not an
according
issue.
to the
It's
leaders of
it's
the
bullshit.
EU. Poland and
You see how
Hungary
Britain
are
is
the
doing? How they left the
scapegoats of
EU? Illegal
that
migrants doubled, and they have no money.
have better, systems. There.
Yeah, because they're not getting rid of them. What does that have to do? Like, yeah, we have this problem here too. We had this problem here too. It's not like the EU is causing this problem, but it's also not like if you take the EU out of the equation, it's not like the problem's going to go away either. Isn't the EU trying to find Poland for refusing this?
Yeah.
Just don't pay it. The thing is that if Poland doesn't pay it, what's the EU going to do? And also, if the other countries don't pay it, what is the EU going to do? The EU is not they don't really have an army. Poland has an army. Like, France has an army. There isn't a European Union army in the same way there is with the French army. They can't do anything. It's a governmental apparatus. Tariffs, sanctions, don't enforce them. Like, at the end of the day, this is what I've said about everything. Every single governing entity is nothing. It's an apparatus.
Unless people listen.
This is not real. The only thing that is real is the ability to have power and exercise that power in a violent way. If you have that power, you have all the power. If you don't have any power. It's that simple. More countries should realize this. I'm with you on getting all of them out and not agreeing it's as simple as getting them out or in jail. I'm sure it's more complex. Yeah, sure. Sure. I'm sure you would take maybe 5 more steps. But yes.
All right, guys, I'm going to hop off.
Scammers in Rome.
I'm going to be back on the live in a second.
Illegal.
I just going to go take a shower. And
This is Rome, and that's me
gonna
getting
go
chased
make
by
some
scammers.
food.
I just
So,
exposed
I need
in
water
4K.
too.
What? What?
Wondering why are they pissed
I'll leave this autoplay on. I'll leave YouTube on in autoplay in full screen mode, so you can just
in front of the
watch
Coliseum and met
autoplay
this
and
nice young
see what pops
engineer.
on. We're gonna pause it.
Very
though.
good.
Texas.
I love Texas.
What's your name, my friend?
Senegal, yeah.
No, I thought it was from
Yes.
Be
Pull that
happy.
up.
Love is good. Good for you.
Is this for me?
This my mom gave me 55 years.
Give me a
Oh,
second,
it's
guys. I'll be right
elephants?
back.
Yeah, you love elephant?
I do love elephant. This is a gift?
Yeah, I give you
For free?
For this one.
For free?
You have wife?
I don't have baby or wife.
Why? Maybe tomorrow, eh?
This is for free.
Yeah, present for my anything you have.
My friend.
Yeah, anything that you have is okay. Something for my baby.
A gift from me?
Yeah, anything you have is okay. There's some money for eating.
I thought it was gift.
Very happy. Something like for my.
Alright, I'll be right back.
What is this? I thought this was gift.
Will you watch this while I'm AFK?
Oh my god. This is so ridiculous.
But you love elephant from Kenya.
I love elephant too, but I thought I was getting gifts.
No, no problem. Anything that you have is okay for me.
I have nothing.
Want some coins for me?
Nothing.
Allah.
What happened to my gift? I thought you were my friend from Senegal.
Finish. Have a good day, bro.
Hey, you have a good day. Why don't I know gift?
I said finish.
Hey! Hey! What is this problem? What is your problem? Why you give gifts and no, you take back? Why you take back the gift?
Finish. I don't need finish.
Why you take back the gift?
He knows what he's doing.
You need something?
Yeah, I thought I was getting gifts.
What do you need?
What are you doing?
You need fight?
I wanted a gift.
You need fight for me?
Uh-oh.
Finish, go.
A fight?
Yeah.
You from Senegal? I thought we were friends.
Say bullshit, guy, yo. Don't make a...
Say un bastardo. I thought we were friends. Scammer. Scammer.
Yeah, thank you.
Scammer. I thought we were friends. Where's my gift, huh? That's your gift? Middle fingers are your gift? Fuck you. Fuck you, mamma mia.
Fuck you, mamma mia.
Fuck you, my friend. Thank you for the gift.
I fuck your mom every day.
Every time. Why you give me bracelet? Oh, you want me to follow you? So you can bring your friends and beat me. Is that the plan?
These doctors and engineers follow the same playbook they use in Paris. Where
See,
they try
this
to
is what they do every time. This is just like in WoW, where they're normal whenever it's a 1v1, and then suddenly they get a boost of courage when their friend shows up. Yep.
lure you to the lower ground so they can throw projectiles like dead pigeons.
He's throwing dead birds at him?
Pigeons, mud, and souvenirs at you while they swarm you with their gang.
What are you doing, my friend? What are you doing, my friend?
Don't film him. Don't film him.
You want to fight? I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends.
Every day here.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
You're fucking my mom every day.
You gotta kite him around.
I thought we were friends. What happened to best friend? The taxis are in on it too. It's a whole mafia here. Mafioso. Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
Shimona. Hey, don't take their friendship bracelet. They're not actually your friend. They want your money. All right, that's all I got.
Taxi drivers threatening to call cops. They should.
Turista. Mafioso. Mafioso. Call the police, please. Call them. All right. Moral of the story is don't take a bracelet from these guys. They'll scam you. They'll ask for your money. He's out here every day, he says.
Oh my God.
Bye-bye, my friend. You have a good day. Hey, for you, tip. Grazie, my friend. Be safe.
Just gave him
that's how you do
money for
business
nothing.
right
Okay,
there.
that's nice.
If Senegal homie, if he punches me, can I punch it back?
You know what? I applaud you. You're on TikTok? I saw something.
Yeah.
I applaud you because I learned from that.
So now you know not to take the bracelet. Yes.
Walk away.
So I want to know if we can defend ourselves because they get violent.
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't know. This is Europe. I would not defend myself in Europe, bro. Yeah, I would be afraid.
If he does punch you,
punch him back.
you can.
Okay, but non-violent, peaceful otherwise. Peaceful.
Yeah.
The public appreciates. They said they learned from this stuff. That's what we like to see.
Great. 2 hours later, I went to the ground level of the Coliseum, and these bracelet scammers were everywhere.
So they're just sitting there doing this? Well, why don't they just go round these guys up and get rid of them? What is this? Why are they putting up with this shit? Just get them the fuck out of here.
Pay close attention to the other people here who hate the mere presence of my camera.
Yeah, that'd be racist. Too bad.
As I watched my cameraman get a free bracelet from another friendly engineer from Senegal, this big back Indian dude kept looking back at me.
Uh-oh.
Yes, video. You be quiet. How about that? Okay, we're in Rome, Colosseum. Beautiful view. I take all the video I want because I'm Colosseum. Beautiful. Beautiful. You keep moving. You keep moving, boy.
As I was getting some dirty looks from anyone out here with a questionable business model.
Anybody with a fanny pack is a hostile NPC. Basically. You can see them. They're all it's all the guys with fanny packs.
I decided to make my way back up to where I was earlier to see if the same bracelet scammer was still there. But instead, I found this guy who claimed he could get me to the front of the line in the Coliseum.
Oh my fucking God. Why don't they just, like, just go get these guys and get rid of them?
With skip the line, that is a group entrance. Is an hour tour inside the Colosseum, and then you have access to the Roman Forum.
No. Tourist information. You can see that's what he's saying.
Palatine 3 Museum, Giro Line.
You have
Come with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And does it guarantee me I get in?
Of course.
Of course. Oh no.
Legit?
Yes.
Okay.
Curious to see what this service was, legit or not, I followed my guy here with the camera to see what the deal was. But it turns out my friend who told me to stop recording downstairs had followed me all the way up here.
How much is it? How much is I?
You have 3 times
Vlog, turista.
No, not turista.
Whoa, why would you touch him? Let's go, mother.
What? What is this?
Good. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Mamma mia.
I can video.
Huh?
I can video.
Tourist.
I can video.
Tourist. Tourist.
Go, motherfucker.
What? I thought you were here to help me get in. Oh, he's too slow. He's too slow.
He's a big boy. He's probably not gonna go up that. Yeah.
Sorry. We'll see. We'll see. How you doing, my friend? He's being held back. Look at this. I can make video. I'm in the fucking Coliseum.
Uh-oh. Now it's a 3v1, bro. Like, goddamn. It's a scammer group? Where are the police? Did they just... Why do they put up with this garbage? Just round all these fuckers up and put them in jail. Or deport them. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Why do people put up with this?
Don't do it.
Let's go. Call the police.
Uh-oh. Another one. He getting a rock.
Come here.
Uh-oh, pigeon's running.
Mamma mia.
Oh, he's kiting him.
All the scammers
He's
work
kiting
together.
him.
Big squad. Polizia! Polizia! Attention!
Throws water. Oh shit!
He's gearing for a sneak attack.
Oh, it's a mini
I'm ready
rock.
to throw some hands.
You know he's gonna throw that.
Okay.
Oh no, never mind. That was his bracelet.
Front here though.
He's coming the police, my friend.
Thank God.
Now you pay me for private. It's private.
Oh, he's gonna bring off his shoe.
Uh-oh.
Jesus Christ. The nation of United Scammers.
Can you
right here.
believe that, like, fucking, this is in front of the Roman Colosseum? I wonder what the Romans would think if they knew that thousands of years in the future, there would just be a bunch of random retards sitting in front of the Colosseum trying to sell fake bracelets and then beating people up for not giving them money over it. Man, this is happening then too? Yeah, I wonder what happened to them.
Police, yeah, they've assaulted me. They've assaulted me. Yeah, bring him here, bring him here. He's preparing for a sneak attack. We gotta...
Oh.
He is the dumbass.
Oh, that's it.
Let's go. Huh? That's right.
Oh my God! There he goes! Bro, he just bonked him too! Holy shit! This is insane! Oh shit, he's parkouring!
As I was getting chased by the mob, I made the mistake of taking the wrong turn and running straight into an inescapable cliff.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Help! Help!
Uh-oh.
Help!
Just jump.
Things were looking bleak.
Help!
Wait, oh, they're getting him from the other side.
Policia!
He's just picking up rocks and throwing them at him.
Policia!
What is this?
Policia!
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
Oh, police!
Jesus. Yeah, bro, he's trying to safe spot him.
Police!
Where were the police in one of the busiest tourist destinations on Earth?
That's crazy that there's no police there.
Joe Biden.
Call Joe Biden, call Donald Trump.
Surrounded on all sides by these doctors and engineers, it seemed like my fate had been sealed and my beatdown was inevitable.
They want to kill me for video.
But the police actually did show up, and as they showed my YouTube channel to the scammers, I used their rather late appearance as my cue to escape.
Grazie. I'm good. I'll jump. Grazie. 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 All right, we gotta get out of here. There's no chance I was making it out of a 100v1 there. The cardio clutched in. Yet
Jesus.
I stand here unscathed. No punches, no damage taken. Now it's time to
Oh my God, bro. This guy, he's annoying as fucking worse than the scammers here. No, he's not. No.
get out of here.
Yeah, bro, he did a no-hit.
That was a close call.
As I fled the Coliseum, it was time to go underground and meet up with Simone Carabella and his sidekick Frida, vigilante pickpocket hunter trying to keep Italy's metro safe and pickpocket free.
Will we get into a fight?
Yeah, I want, but I can't.
Okay.
Le persone che andiamo ad incontrare sono aggressive. Sono
They're
aggressive,
aggressive?
capito?
Oh, they're aggro. I get it.
Going into the lion's den. Let's see what we
Big
find
mad.
Here. He's saying about 50 to 100 of these folks out here are pickpocketing. And are they all gypsies?
Yes, ma
Gypsies.
human and
I feel like I'm watching Borat again. Oh, God. How long has this been going on? How many hundreds of years? Oh, my God.
men.
So how many
Thousands
faces
of
do you
years.
have recognized? Or
Holy
memorized?
shit.
Yeah.
20.
20?
I am like a detector. Like a scanner.
You'll know when we see one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
How
shit.
old are they typically?
17, 18, 20.
Why so young?
Because in Italy, the teenager, they don't go in the jailer.
That's why you need to put them in jail. If the problem is people doing this in jail and not going to jail, just put them in jail. It's simple. The 2%, yes, I know. We will apply the 2% rule to the whole world.
They come from Venice, from Florence.
I got
from
no problem. We put kids in jail. I got no problem with that. 15, you're going to jail. You're going to learn how to turn big rocks into small rocks. You're not learning about the Civil War anymore. You're learning about how to make a big rock into a rock that's smaller with a hammer. That's going to be your job now for the next 5 years.
Barcelona, all the people come here, all the tourists are in Rome. They know who is not
paying
concentrated.
attention.
Yes.
And how many years have you been doing this?
Louis.
20 years.
Damn.
Upstairs in the
Here.
2-0?
Yes, he.
Wow.
This is like that one hunter in Stranglethorn Vale that will sit outside the camp at Nesting Worries camp that's level 60 and kill the rogues that are trying to gank people turning in their quests. This is like that one hunter waiting.
Trolling
Ready.
the metro, scanning every
Prepared.
face until Simone's spidey senses were triggered.
Scusi. Okay, Simone has something in his mind right now he's looking for.
10 minutes ago. We see now.
Oh, you see one right now?
See if easy hour se ne vanno. Okay, sì.
Okay. Be prepared to run.
Okay.
Okay, we're hopping in the metro.
As Simone checked stop after stop after stop, it looked like he had found something, or rather, someone.
Per esempio queste. Serpico, eccole. Eccole. Eccole, occhio che sono ladre. Attenzione. Occhio a queste ragazze che sono ladre. A miserabile, mamma mia, allucinante, oh.
Did they get him?
Vestite bene. Queste le fanno piangere.
Attenzione!
Queste le fanno piangere, ladri. Andate via tutte e quattro, guarda.
Oh, she putting the thing over her face so they don't know about it. Yep.
Cammina. Guardatele bene loro,
And they're
Sono
smiling.
ladri.
Attenzione!
Sono ladri.
Yep.
Well, I was surprised these pickpockets turned out to be teenage girls. Apparently, this was done to strategically evade criminal prosecution.
Attenzione!
Ladri. Via. Andare fuori, cammina. Fuori, ladri. Ecco. Vai via, cammina, parli pure. Sembrano bambini, queste fanno piangere la gente.
See, the thing is that when there are enough people who are upset about this, you know, like as I said, the stop the boats turning into sink the boats, this problem is going to go away overnight. This problem will be gone in a day. There's a reason why people do this here and not in Dubai. I bet in Saudi Arabia this doesn't happen very often at all. I wonder why. Ooh. It's a mystery.
Che non succede altro. Fino a fuori l'accompagniamo, cammina. Via, hai visto come,
We know what?
come
Yep.
non sembrano? Bambine.
Like
Ma
kids?
no.
Maybe, I don't know.
They're pickpockets. They're seasoned pickpockets?
Sì, quelle...
Professionals?
Professionals.
Yes, you have... every day is still a last...
Ooh. Every day they steal at least 1,000 euros.
Every day, every day.
Jesus.
Simone was a local hero out here, with the community showing him love everywhere we went.
Oh my God.
The public is thanking him for his services here. The love out here is real for Simone. He's patrolling the trains.
If they're gypsies, they're not coming with boats, you morons. Nothing will happen with this issue, even if every European border is closed. Okay, I can be a little bit more specific. Basically, if the people get in charge that want to sink the boats, they're going to use capital punishment for any of the people that are doing this, and they're literally just going to kill them. That's what's going to happen. Doesn't matter if they're kids or not, they're going to kill them. It's going to be done in like a day. Bro, what? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Like, I mean, like, look at any country that doesn't have this happen, and you're going to find a level of punishment for this that is extreme. You steal, you die? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty simple. Yeah. And I'm telling you, like, that's what would happen, base but unachievable. You think that. Everybody thinks that. Chad, why are you acting like this couldn't happen? It's happened before. Yeah, of course. Easily that could happen. Do you really think that, like, I mean, people... I think a lot of you guys really... And not a lot of you guys. There's just a handful of, like, disagreeers in chat. A lot of disagreeers in chat really, I think, downplay the amount of casual frustration and annoyance that people like this have with random individuals causing problems in their day-to-day life. And I think that they don't respect and you don't understand the extent that an average person will actually go to avoid having this level of stress in their life. That would be chaotic. No, it wouldn't. It would only happen for like a week. As like guaranteed, if they brought back, if they cut somebody's hand off, if they caught them stealing, how often do you think this would happen? Basically never. It would go down by like 99%. Instantly. Yeah, it would happen twice. I like that. Yeah, there it is. And no, it wouldn't. It would stop overnight. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, again, if you, and that's the way that you have to deal with people like this. If you don't, they don't listen to you. They don't respect you. And this is what will happen. I think people don't understand what vigilante means. Well, I don't mean this as a vigilante. I mean this is a government policy. People act like we're like really far away from that. I think that you really underestimate the average public's ability to totally justify brutalizing people in order for people to maintain a level of decorum and safety in society. It's extremely easy to achieve that.
He's like the night watch right now. They love them. They appreciate the services. One thing I want to note is many people have come up here, said thanks for the work they do.
Oh, grande!
There we go.
Grazie mille.
Police love them, security love them.
What a surprise.
Everyone and their mama loves them, except the pickpocketers and the gypsies.
And as we were on patrol, we caught wind from security that a family nearby had just been pickpocketed.
Oh, uh-oh.
China family.
They got robbed? Okay,
This is a
Chinese
Korean family?
got pickpocketed. They're pissed off. They're pissed off. You guys got robbed?
I think so, yeah.
What did they take?
Wallet.
Wallets. How
What a
much was in
surprise.
the wallet, do you know?
Two credit card, 250 euro cash. He remembers that someone pushed the trophy.
What did they look like? Did you see them?
We didn't see.
We need to find them.
We need to find them, but I don't think that the money possible.
Okay. Sorry this happened to you. He's going to give you some ideas and suggestions for what you should do next. Bye-bye. Sorry. Man, that sucks. They literally just got pickpocketed. She was saying that he got pushed. That's the only thing he remembers. And then they realized their wallet was gone.
While Simone was not hopeful we could prove who the thief was minutes after they were pickpocketed, we continued our patrol, and to my surprise, things got even weirder.
Guarda, inside
What?
the train.
You see what?
In the train, eccola là.
Where?
Purtroppo.
He catches her inside the train?
Attention! Okay, so they escaped unscathed.
Oh my god.
They're on the radar now. Let's see if we can catch up to them.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
How? I don't. Yeah, bro, he's wall hacking. Yes.
Man or woman?
No, woman.
Woman?
Behind him, there are two. Look.
I see them. Two little girls.
Guardalo un po' appena arriva da termine.
Straight to action.
Ah, ladri!
Pic!
Che famo?
Non sa rubare oggi.
Sei ladra, non lavori? No. Sicura?
I'm sure.
A me non mi pare.
Dove stanno, amico?
Con zaino grosso. Vabbè, magari oggi non lavoro, non c'ho zaino grosso.
They're kind of easy to spot if you're from Rome. Really?
Today they don't. She don't work today.
Oggi non work.
Ah, she's off shift. What does he say?
I don't work. Why?
Oggi non borseggi.
Just not today.
They say they're not working this shift today. We're peeling out.
Wow.
Interesting dynamic. Are men ever pickpockets?
The men are from Chile, from South America, and they are very dangerous because they have knife.
Do we want to confront the men?
No, because they work in the afternoon, in the evening.
Oh, man. Yeah. Immigrants? Yeah, exactly. This is, again, if you think that the people that are living here are going to put up with this indefinitely, you are out of your mind. The way that they will deal with this, again, and this would have never happened if they had just had police here arresting these guys that are doing it. It would have never happened. The fact is that the reason why people are becoming so radicalized is because that's the only ability, that's the only way that they have to be listened to. The reasonable conversations about like, hey, we need to have more police down here, we need to stop these people that are doing this, we need to be able to defend ourselves, all of this stuff was ignored. It was ignored, and it will be ignored, and eventually someone will listen. And when that happens, the government takes all the police's power? Yes. There's nothing new in Rome. It's been happening since before we were born. Sure. They put on with it for decades. I know. But I think that what's different now, so here's what's different now. It's the internet. I think the fact that people can realize and see how bad this is on the internet, and now that the internet is pretty much not censored in the same way that it used to be, why do you think that they're trying to make all of these laws that are controlling the internet? It's because they know that if people have the ability to see this happening, everybody will universally agree that this is a bad thing. It should be stopped, whatever means necessary. Of course. Who's they? Well, the European government, the United Kingdom's government, obviously, right? I mean, like the EU's been pushing for regulations and controls over the internet. Even the US is doing it. Australia is doing it. The UK is doing it. Yeah, there's tons of them.
Now are only from the east of Europe.
I see. So mostly women here. How much money do they make per day?
I think like 3,000 euros.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Wow.
As a group or individually?
No, group.
And then this guy came up to us, showing how concerned these commuters were of getting pickpocketed.
Eccolo.
Okay, cool.
Scusate, ciao.
Buongiorno.
Salutate.
Buongiorno.
Grazie mille.
Che vogliamo fare con queste
Vinciamo.
Salve.
Vinciamo.
Ciao, Frida.
Non ho dubbi.
I think ancient Romans weren't doing this, you're dumb. So here's the difference. So there's two really big differences. Number one, the first difference is that Romans are doing it to other Romans. I think that when you have people that aren't indigenous to a certain culture, like, for example, like these guys from like Africa that are coming and scamming people at the Colosseum, that's a very different dynamic than if you have people that are inside of the culture that exists there and are doing it on their own. So that's number one. There's like an element of kind of like cultural invasion that's happening. And then the second reason is
we're
that you have also the fact that they're not getting in trouble and there's no enforcement. of
Let's
it.
stop this
In ancient Rome, when you have people that are committing crime, I bet they probably dealt with that pretty quickly, right? Didn't happen for very long before somebody just had a bad time. The problem here is that you have both of these things happening simultaneously. You have, number one, this crime is being imported into the country. And number two, it's not being enforced. That's the reason why it's different.
Noi facciamo il massimo.
Mamma mia, he's lucky. Ay, ay, ay. He has to lock his bag. He's so afraid of the pickpockets?
Yes.
The man is locking
No
his
surprise.
bag. He's that afraid of getting pickpocketed.
We found a season you'd never
Dove? Adesso.
I think we see someone. We're on the chase.
Alert.
Run, Simone.
Get his ass.
Una ladra? Sei una ladra, sei?
Yeah, I might pop some music on the live if you guys don't mind. So we'll do that real quick. Let me pull up a tab for that.
Yep.
Col grande Taylor direttamente dal Texas.
Why don't the cops arrest these people? She's already walking around the cops.
Accompagniamo fuori, Dai, va, ladra. Andiamo fuori,
Oh,
va.
man.
Oh, Simone.
Yeah, why aren't they doing that?
Ci sta pure la guardia del corpo,
Oh, my God.
As she came up the elevator,
How do people put up with this shit?
I saw the unimaginable. A baby bump. She was pregnant.
Letto, poi copriamo il viso,
What a surprise.
Ma lui è quello che copre lei, capito? Lui guarda un
Security
secondo,
aren't the
amico
cops?
mio.
I just assumed it said Interpol, so I assumed it was some sort of police. But, like, yeah, maybe you're right.
Attenzione a lei,
And also, by the way, if you have security and they're not stopping people from stealing, just fire them and tell them to go home. You're wasting your money. Like, it really, I mean, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, so you have security for this and they're not even, what are they securing? A paycheck? For themselves. That's it. Yeah, fuck that. Don't even pay them.
Attenzione a lei che ruba, occhio, guardatela bene, Aspetta che il viso è
Oh.
Attenti alle borse, che ruba! A ladra! Ma tu sempre incinta, sono 16 anni che stai incinta.
Pregnant for
sono
16
anni che
years?
stai incinta, come funziona?
Oh, non partorisci mai.
Guarda che roba, sei in cavallo, sei.
You're built like a horse?
The young girls to avoid prosecution, police getting their hands on them. Stuff to tell this is a strategic pregnancy we're witnessing.
Wait, he's saying that she's looking like she's pregnant, but she's actually not, in order to garner sympathy and make herself look like she's less, less dangerous. That's clever. It's like that once. Snake with the spider tail, you know?
This is our same girl from yesterday.
You hear the spirits singing, sweet music in your ear. Let's go to Magic Mountain, go to Magic Mountain tonight. Light comes flowing through the trees, the colors dance so beautifully. An island in the diamond-studded sky. You can feel the river flow, the crystal moon is sinking low. I think I could rise tonight and fly.
Let me see if we run Spotify instead.
So sweet, they hear the false I'm thinking.
This is common.
Yeah, it seems like it's lagging.
Should I feel that?
I think it's not true.
Not real?
Yes.
Turn down the volume.
Somebody they put like this. Look, you are pregnant.
You may hear the sound of strings, 1,000 voices caroling, spreading out like branches in the air. Am I asleep?
All right, let's pause this because I think it's making the video
She's
lag.
pregnant with stolen phones. Oh God.
Okay, cool.
Is it gonna be? Is it going to be a Samsung or an Apple? Instead of a boy or girl?
While Gen Z faces an American dream that now costs over $100,000 a year in all 50 states, forced to navigate the most expensive housing market in history, and a dollar worth 86% less than it was for baby boomers, it's easy to forget that during the 1980s, boomers also endured one of the largest reductions in real wages since the Great Depression, a housing market that saw prices increase by over 85%, factories closing as millions of jobs were outsourced overseas, all while the nation remained consumed by the Cold War and the aftermath of Vietnam. Where in order to understand the root of the nation's growing generational divide, I spoke with Freddie Smith, a real estate agent and a broker who's built a career exposing the data between American generational quality and price cost. Breaking down this generation actually walking to the real tourist inside on glass.
The boomer advice is typically to save on all the stuff, quit buying TVs and phones because you need to save, because the luxuries in the 1980s were actually really expensive. So they were living, in general, a more humble life because we do have the luxuries of being able to have multiple TVs for a couple $100s, where back then they had, you know, their rent, however, was probably around $200 to $250, which was very cheap. But if they wanted to buy 3 TVs like most families have today, they're $1,000 a piece back in the 80s. So it'd be $3,000. A CD player was $500, a cell phone was $2,000, a computer was $2,500, a microwave was $500. So all those luxuries that we just all take for granted now would have cost them $8,500.
But they're cheap now
to buy that, which would be equivalent to 3.5 times their rent. 3.5 years their rent. So, yeah, and $8,500 is also equivalent to a 20% down payment on a $40,000 home. So if you think about like the boomers thinking of this, going, if you have 3 TVs, a cell phone, a computer, a microwave,
I have 3 TVs?
This is why you can't buy a house, because we couldn't have any of that. That was our 20% down for our house, or that was 3.5 years of our rent.
I didn't get 3 TVs when I was a
Three
kid.
TVs, three TVs, $600, music, Netflix, and subs, say $100. Cell phones, it's $500, $100, $400. And our rent is typically around $2,000. So it's essentially all those luxuries that were equivalent to 20% payment for them equals months of our rent. So our rent is our luxury now. And the final button on it, for the average house, you need probably around $60,000 for down payment. So the $400, if you just didn't have any TVs, no cell phone, no computer, no microwave, you'd still be $60 short for down payment. So that's what in the 80s luxuries, ones like edge, air, cars, everything was cheaper. The necessities were cheaper.
One of the other things is the perception of the 1980s. We were a period of time where dollar was worth something prosperity for the most part, and so quickly that way. There's a statistic where the dollar lost about 53% value within 7 weeks for the last 2 days. And so we've seen since loss of bringing us evenly close. It started dated minimum wage during Ronald Reagan. And because many jobs were out in that period, the jobs that came, the 61 million jobs that came during Reagan's 2 terms, were dominantly in service-related industries. And we can see we're in a service economy. We are not we don't have the manufacturing base that we once had. And because we were also in that period of time where everybody needs to go to college, high school still meant something. Blue collar doesn't mean anything now. A lot of these high school graduates that can afford to go to college either were having to deal with ramifications of the Vietnam War and try to recover from it into service-related jobs, and they just get to live the same economy that the people could go to college, that could do some of these other things that we've heard about. And that's what's so important to acknowledge the fact so much the baby boomer generation, because they're so big that it's hard to just use a brush and paint everything. But also just the fact that the dollar, because something that we have to admit, the even though you lost 50% now, even compared to today.
Absolutely, it's fair. I think that how we have to look at the generations. It wasn't cakewalk. I think sometimes we take the boomers. It's not. What are you talking about? It's like, we just need cost of living wages. It's all we need. We need better houses, no air conditioning. All of this cultural wars. Like we don't need that. We're cushy, like American, going through that mirror. It was also a different time. You know, like consumers and change and what makes it fun and you know, if cell phones existed and DoorDash existed, I'm sure many families would have used and did part of your time. And that's such a then the wealth hoard began. It's kind of wild. I'll tell you, the most crazy statistic to me, 1980-ish, all Americans had about $40 trillion of wealth adjusted for friction. In 2025, we have $170 trillion. So it's gone up $130 trillion. But the sad part, when you talk about down, only $2 trillion of the 130, only 2, makes its way to the bottom 50%. Isn't that wild? You look at the bottom 50%, there's 175 million Americans in the bottom 50. And they share $5 trillion of wealth. The top 10% have $110 trillion. And a lot of those top 10 percenters, hardworking folks, I'm not using the top 1%, the 1%, I think top 1% actually holds $50 trillion. Top 1%, 3.5 million people have 10 times wealth than the bottom 170 million people combined. And that's just what I point to and go, I'm not for socialism or capitalism. I'm for the system we have. If you would have just made policy for the past 50 years would organically given 20% of what you have down. That's it. So you have 100 million, you've only got 80 million. You don't have 10 million.
Shit, that's not
But if they would use a different job program in financial education, in wage growth, which allowed more than we all have been. That's the whole thing with the trickle down, which is like just kept doing everything they shareholders. And around the 80s, it really did feel like this. Like when you're collectively, but we have country. The United States America is like sold off for parts to become a corporation. Like I think we're like America.
No, that's been the case.
We don't. I don't think corporations see us as workers and numbers on a page, not as humans. The media sees us as consumers. How do we keep your attention so that does more advertising commercials or pharmaceutical companies? We need your consumer, and politicians see us as voters. Like the three most powerful entities don't see us being gendered, and they really care about being wages. Every decision make is for the cheap growing to keep winning at and that's the thing to me. Is like anytime I hear a politician or a media person be like, our country, I go, well, you have this country with capitalism, and everything they say.
Yeah, when we talk about the declining birth rate, we talk about the impacts on how it isn't people wanting to have the reason why they're not wanting to. That's the human race, the future of America. In 20, 30 years, it's like shit. Like the economy has done nothing for us in 40, 50 years. When we talk about it, if it's something actually doing anything for us. I think that's the same thing of, talking about corporations can't afford to do a higher minimum wage, or they're gonna have to increase prices. And it's like, well, I always like to put in their stuff. It's need to 9, whatever the number is. There's the stock price can maybe $5 less. There's something. It's just so we are justifying their actions to be upset with each other. It's just exactly what it is.
Really, that's what it boils down to. I do think there's a few bad apples at the very, very top that I think are genuinely likely not great people. But I think if really comfortable. I think that I got just 20% over time if they went correct, everyone would be lifted up enough to where we would be playing people on the positive side. If you're going to make in America, you're going to have the best and best. There's never been more working in. And you could put this whole go places property for your retirement. And I also think American people actually thrive and enjoy while investing is now over your mark and to be incredibly frugal. And it's just in participate. They actually have money to they don't really thrive. What I mean by is 40. I agree. I agree that you work on trying and and the best could wage. It's amazing. Stay home. I'm going to start crying. If someone's actually showing up for minimum wage, there should be a reward. I appreciate effort. Before and if someone makes $20 an hour or $40 an hour, that's not for Mercedes.
I think this kind of goes for people who are doing their side hustle too, because there's so many people who do crime nowadays, at least in California, that if you're trying something on a side hustle and you're only making a little bit of money, but you get enough to get by, there's nothing I don't know, when you're just starting out and you see boomers are essentially they cause a lot of problems, sure, they have problems, I think, but I think Gen Z is going to be they prefer being independent just because they've seen how bullshit corporations are, and I'm not anti-business, but I'm anti-big business, so that's how it is for me. I do invest, but I also think that there's problems with corporation all that against big business, even if big business normally wins. So yeah, it's run.
But for a nice car that can get you, a nice home that you can buy, and some groceries and one fun thing a week, not a front row concert ticket, but dinner, bowling, axe throwing. Something in America when
one thing is it goes back not down. And one thing, and a lot of baby boomers, so it's hopeless to do. We try different period of time. I don't lock for 300%. So it's just the best I feel we need to try to communicate the most with is actually Generation X. When you look at Generation X, they're raised by baby boomers, they spent their latchkey into adulthood, whereas if they're in that field to overconfidence, you can 12 years old and never able to make as much as an industry or something like that. And so immediately you are already at a lower tier in terms of just kind of the growth of Generation X. You then have to go through 9/11 and the wars that followed that. You then go into losing John out of and come out of your period, and now going to for aging parents as well as kids. The most sensitive. The number in the whole thing. It's about around 2000. They're about 4 years old, kind of in the middle range Generation X age range. They were going to be making an average salary of about $35,290, about $68,000 a day. So that would be a good salary today. They were going to do that if they were in the tech industry. If you're on the average range and you had a normal career of about 2.5% annual wage boost, which you're kind of lucky to even be that for the industries that we're in. But if you're able to get about 2.5% annual wage increase, you would now be making $65,300. So you're making less. You would be making $2,000. A per sheet, you're making double. You're actually making less because inflation has destroyed the increase you have. I think you tell a generation that have been hosed almost every single card. They're having to face the fact of, I'm having to take care of everybody, me. Now I date all of them make a career. If you can't we need to put enough credibility behind to be kind of know how to navigate systems and stuff like that. That's millennials and difference are gonna. So there's your way if you can break that curriculumness. And the third, I have to make some objective be on board with older generations.
That's a great to point down next. Just say, feel it is a really, I think as a ring of everything you mentioned, they are really kind of themselves in a way. I feel what about? I just feel like they just don't give a shit. They were kind of just always it's the boss thing. Generation just does it, but they don't also get involved that much. Gen X keeps it themselves, so they kind of are staying with it. Where their generations are kind of going at it.
When you think about why they not solve, who would they not size? They didn't have that baby boomer size where it was it's my way. It was kicked over, didn't hit shake, all these different that's this sort of thing. They say who had worse, even though it's absurd to have these who had worse. And you've lost track of the fact that everybody is seeing worse. And so we have just interest to that's gonna and if you feel well or you're not well, you're just choosing to fight who is least. we're not millennials and Gen Z, I think, why not talk about us? Like, well, I think millennials and Gen Z are kind of coming up with the same reality. Like, it's to make that a millennial we're the same. The thing is Gen Z now has nothing been done to stop kicking it down the road. Is at all. And have no faith government. That is times we try to use our to do now. Fighting out for 5 generations from each other, we're fighting other countries. Like, at some point, Gen will decide and now we're at trying to hopefully save us. And I just don't think we have luxury. I thought if you're going to say who has it worse, Gen probably does just because of the compound interest of like policy gains and stuff like that. I think they can officially. I don't think we miss, and there has to be something that's to change.
Absolutely, that's we got to stop, and that's why I my moving forward too to find a way to bridge the gaps. And I think bringing all this information out and arrow, but at this point, there's not more to take. We all understand that employees the problem, control, bring that a little bit, and actually leaning forward that they're going to keep set. I understand we have to think through that because we have any economic prosperity for Americans, then we're all supporting us. But I do want to do a better job to bridge the gap, have options out. You're like other than the people who built and got rich or who were born rich, for them every time if you didn't figure out how to get by. Doesn't matter what generation, like you said, maybe didn't buy the time, or maybe has kids parents and trying to make their debt and try to do all that. Or struggling boom, relied maybe only on Social Security and a couple of thousand or 1K. We all know Gen Z millennials are life and continue life. It's worth time dynamic.
I hope you're right, guys. It's so important that we get to patients. I understand it's like my Gen Z are just about boomers and all that. And there's most where I feel like I'm not necessarily jumping for joy making a baby boomer. But I think that is fundamentally that we have these conversations. But why do they think that it is fundamentally not different than somebody that went through the early phases of 2010, what we're experiencing now, and to bridge that gap, going to allow us to have vocabulary, to have the ability to combat whatever we're trying to utilize. I think silly for us to argue about it. I think we're should be one thing, but when it just goes to lazy, screw you, and it doesn't get us in the direction that we need. The sooner that we can run it, and every one of us are not experiencing the economic prosperity that should be, that we're being told that I get if somebody in the 50s and they're able to provide for their family, and somebody is in their 20s and they're able to provide for their family, it should be let's try to get the system working. So I'm constantly trying to do those are the topics that I'm addressing. That's why I'm just a pillar in this storm of additional chaos that we're experiencing. My conversation with Freddie was actually a lot beyond just the topic of this video. If you like the video, that is on my Patreon. There's a Tinder if you'd like to support there. I really appreciate all that you guys doing. I think we're really active. So I would love to meet you. We have really big and exciting topics coming up here in the next couple weeks. So I really look forward to that conversation. Beyond that, until next time. Bye.
China, being confrontation with Beijing being assertiveness, the not factors right. Nor is it true of the Indo-Pacific, where nations have forced China out of fear. But there's one Indo-Pacific outlier that instead shows a different approach, an approach swaps accommodation and confrontation, and forces Philippines. Despite having previously leaned toward China and President Philippines has stood course, and President Austria took over the reins in Miller is possibility to lead action over the actively managed China nations, all of which President nation, especially nations North Sea. Bottom line, worth noting that in some Hollywood wrong, in the arena of international affairs, had a guaranteed, and with China in no mood for compromise, these tensions could be leading to one unwelcome outcome, and that's war. Just before we continue today, you ever Googled yourself? Googled your name? Maybe plug in the name of the town that you live in, or you're from, or you lived in the past, and it'll be like, oh, my address, huh? to sell your data to anyone who wants it. Scammers, marketers, worse. But in Cogni, they find where your personal data is exposed and they when your information is actually removed. Their process was independently verified by Deloitte, so you know it works. And with the new custom removals feature, you can go even further. Just sending Cogni a link to any site showing your data, things like court record portals or people's search listings. Distance threats are particularly in the US war. Considering countries bought their economic structure from Beijing's perspective, the needs on the road nothing short of extension. This border is the South China Sea. Instead, Manila calls it the West Philippines, although the name change is less important. President Marcos Jr. outlined his country's feelings at the May 2024 Shangri-La dialogue when he proclaimed that, quote, the living waters of the West Philippine Sea flow in the blood of every Filipino. Now we want from the totality of maritime domain that renders our nation whole. Unfortunately for Manila, Beijing is doing just that. China claims to less than 90% of the South China Sea through its nine-national line, arguing that Chinese exporters were the first venture into the waters. However, as Research Council Strategy points out, this demarcation, quote, to legal or historic basis, it is the product of misunderstandings and mistranslation by officials and private individuals in China during the 1930s. Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines all contest China's with territorial tensions during for decades. Dispute has been a slow burning source of friction with occasional flare-ups, and the realization that these flames are going to be dynamic is his own warfare to bully other claimants while avoiding open conflict. However, China does not appear to want to war a single useless at the entire blaze. Aside from those involving Taiwan, no other maritime disputes are likely to be bigger than those involving the Philippines. One of the concerns is the three islands, claimed whole or part of China, Taiwan, Vietnam, the Philippines, like Brunei. The archipelago is spread over a vast area in the central South China Sea. The naturally occurring land area is less than 5 kilometers. While it might not sound like much, and it isn't much, the space sits on the busiest, being less than vast energy reserves are primary China, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Taiwan feature within the Spratlys. While China is 21, Philippines are 9, with Taiwan remains as land. One reason in April, a Chinese state-run newspaper published military personnel posing with a national flag on UK. Beef just over
because he won that war. So I'm literally playing on Iron Man right now, and I fucking won that war. I've literally never won a war. I mean, granted, we didn't do shit, but no. Well, let's see one. Whoa. We'll give them, I wanna do... landed voting. And then we'll enact homesteading.
The episode was named by some journalists as the War of the Selfies. Another point of conflict in the Spratlys is found at Second Thomas Shoal, located 195 kilometers west of Palawan in the Philippines. In 1999, the Philippines deliberately ran aground a World War II era ship called the BRP Sierra Madre onto the reef. The boat now acts as an outpost with a small garrison of Philippines Marines stationed there ever since. Unsurprisingly, China was not very impressed by Manila's ingenuity. Most famously in 2014, China maintained a 3-week-long blockade of the Sierra Madre, forcing the Philippines to airdrop supplies to those stationed aboard. Although Manila's actions resulted in Beijing ending the blockade, recent years have seen China amassing increasing numbers to harass resupply missions. Tactics such as ramming, loud sirens, blinding lights, and water cannons are regularly employed to assail Philippine vessels brave enough to enter the area. As the situation escalates and the Sierra Madre continues to rust away, the outpost's longevity remains uncertain. And not just because the sea may yet reclaim it. Tension spiked in August 2025 when a Chinese tugboat was spotted near the ship, fueling speculation that Beijing might be preparing to tow it away. Although the Philippines Navy was quick to brush off the concerns and downplay the threat, the risk cannot be ruled out. Stranger things have indeed happened at sea. Some 220 kilometers west of the Philippines' main island, Luzon, Scarborough Shoal marks another hotspot. Beijing seized the atoll from the Philippines in 2012 after a weeks-long standoff with the Philippines Navy, which eventually ended with the latter pulling back. Since then, China has maintained a constant and expanding patrol presence, enforcing a 22-kilometer exclusion zone through the same aggressive methods employed elsewhere. As a result, China's Coast Guard and fishing vessels now dominate the area, preventing Philippine ships from entering the lagoon. The buildup of multiple layers of Chinese ships around disputed areas in the South China Sea is known as the cabbage strategy, a reference to the characteristically leafy layers of the vegetable. As noted by The Atlantic, and we'll quote them here, a Chinese presence and de facto Chinese rights in disputed areas are built up gradually in a series of provocations that are individually small enough to make forceful resistance politically difficult, but that collectively establish precedents and, over time, norms.
Okay, we're gonna try and figure
One particularly
out
striking dimension of this strategy has been the dredging of sediment to create and expand artificial reefs, effectively transforming them into military bases and strategic ports. This has been employed in the Spratly Islands and the Paracel Islands to the northwest. In addition to demonstrating how China is mobilizing its superior forces to maximum effect, these projects enable Beijing to... We're here to protest because our youth and friends are being killed. We are here to see that justice is done and the present regime is ousted. These words, spoken by a protester to the news outlet DW, perfectly captured the mood in Nepal, where since Monday, the 8th of September, young people have taken to the streets to demand change. What began as localized protests in Kathmandu's Matagar neighborhood quickly swelled, drawing in hundreds of thousands. By Tuesday, the city looked like a war zone. Haphazardly erected barricades, fires across major government installations, and the bullet-riddled bodies of protesters lying dead in the streets. The shockwaves have shaken the Nepalese government to its core. Prime Minister Khadga Sharma Oli resigned amid speculation that he was looking to flee to Dubai, and the country's political parties are scrambling to cobble together enough for an government. Governments of this crisis remains on edge, with pro insisting that accept anything short of sweeping political. So, and might think go next. Lighting the match. Alright, before the video is up to date, I'm a recording name on same time. So you're wondering, didn't cover that's because of all is now doing a policy. So which was out of the way after the first of our questions. How did we end up in this? How did it all end up in this? The ones that we need to verify that it is so staggeringly corrupt. Transparency National 180 disruptions in index. That's far ahead of Russia. But both Brazil and Serbia is with the higher on graft. Not a good thing. The country got one of those, is it? Nepalese angry at aides of corrupt governments stopping it, took to social media using Nepo kids and Nepo babies to criticize children and Nepalese influential politicians who gave berries of graft. It's chronically unlike what that's like. You might not be familiar with the term Nepo baby. It was Hollywood conflicts with the names of the talent. People co-opted phrase using it to juxtapose the structures between the lives of ordinary people and elite. The Times of London brought the target up the main targets of attacks. A pair of over when the capital from abroad to survive, Nepo babies build Christmas trees with stolen taxpayer money.
Then what we'll do is we'll pass this right here.
So yeah. Millions of young people to seek work in other countries.
From there, we might eventually swap back to this later on in the campaign.
While in the United States,
for the
fastest growing community
free company charter.
In 2024, according to the New York Times, they sent back
plus for the meme of like
which accounts for a staggering
technocracy,
26. So how did the Nepalese corruption relate?
I just realized it's like
the number of
at the same latitude, but just like across the country from
the people well happens. Instead, the government
area of California is exactly
this was
same latitude as
really bad fucking media. Analysis from Digital Chaos found that at the start of 2025, there were 40.3 million active media users in the this is equivalent to our hardest place. And for those people, it more than just means it's a lifeline. Dr. Nayana Prakash, research fellow at Chatham House, there's a sort of trivia of what social media can mean to young people, both in protest and out. Social media isn't just a way that we chat to our friends.
It's a way of making money.
Connected to any kind of in society, both locally and globally. In Nepal, particularly, social media has become an important young tech generation to find jobs and run businesses. Yeah. For some, being on social
figured
media
he was going to say about that.
A job. A job? There was few feedback with Facebook from launching content in the country, something that does trivial until you realise future livelihoods hinged on it. I am so aware. Now, to be fair, this wasn't about social media. There were steps companies would take, like registering with government and appointing a colleague on officer to handle a complaint that would exempt them. Take up exactly that, Viber, believe. So, simply calling it social and strip away. We should also be careful. To give perspective, they weren't trying to be a bunch of old men shaking their fists at those darn kids and their pesky phones. They were trying to limit the spread of misinformation and ensure that both the platforms and the users were responsible for the content that was produced. That being said, they gave social media companies a mere week to comply with the new rules. And then the shutdown started. Shutdowns that felt to Gen Zers like a collective punishment. And, well, collective punishments tend to breed collective anger. The protests. From the outside looking in, it's really tempting to view the protests in Nepal as simply an outburst of anger at the social media ban. However, that is really missing the wider point. Speaking exclusively to war fronts, Dr. Caroline Mose, a scholar, opines that while the ban was trigger, was paid for and it's corruption. Points that we were triggered by the social ban. That is not a reality. We question the thing is in. On the first day, the protesters included Mandala at one showcase in Volga. The first protest was still in marching, chanting, others reported some were carrying a flag from the anime scene reminiscent of these. The Russians, however, soon moved to some protests over the wall attempt to reach the bill. That's when the return. And it was set up, and the police were held with spokes, police reporting their gas, and even live ammunition. The government both got one, largest residential neighboring plan. This did build other protesters who were in red crackdown. By the end of the day, at least 19 people were dead and more than 300 were injured. In the wake of this carnage, political parties such as the Nepali Congress, part of Prime Minister Ali's ruling coalition, and the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist Centre, the country's main opposition party, issued statements calling for accountability. That a member of the ruling coalition would issue such a statement signaled to regional observers that it was a question of when, not if, the Prime Minister resigned. Ali's coalition was held together by broken promises and fragile bargains, and the protests tore right through it. After an emergency cabinet meeting, during which Home Minister Ramesh Lakhak resigned, Prime Minister Ali issued statements on roads that infiltrated the protests. He further out that the government was not opposed by the youth and announced the end of the social ban. But by now, these were like this, an already pissed off generation now reason to hate government. Almost on day demonstrations. Like on things were violent from the outset. Protesters set a task force in Radia and chased the rest of catastrophic protests burned down the Parliament and the Supreme Court. The houses of politics then decided on a trip of an international airport where some politicians have been from the country. Some took attack elevation during a match of the more 13 Rabbi Levachane, who was the Prime Minister. Someone says fleet video that's in the through the street of Kathmandu with people against the minister down, sending people quick get back up. Continue. Video cuts off. Just one claim that's the nation's finance minister. Subsequent videos show.
Oh, I find that like
violence wasn't limited to the followers of Catman, a mob down the Prime Minister John Nathaniel killing his wife who died. In this way, the Nepal protests went far below seen in Indonesia. Their politicians were trashed. No one was lynched. No one's family were burned alive. Such no surprise that the Nepalese crackdown was far harsher. Realizing the police could not maintain peace, President Ramchandra Pudel, who holds a mostly ceremonial role within the parliament system, deployed the army. Within hours, a scene of uneasy calm had returned to Kathmandu, bar a few hours. Wednesday morning, even these pockets of doors without leaving the capital tense but quiet.
I just got this gut feeling that the shit is coming to the US soon.
Comes next.
I don't think I don't think you can have the military being deployed around the country and all over the place. Like, you know, I just don't think you can have that without
General Rasmus, Nepal's army spokesperson, speaking to public TV, he asserted that rather they were acting to minimize the situation and restore calm. Despite those assurances, skepticism still lingers. Public analyst Bishnu Raja Preti told Al Jazeera that although the president was nominally on, his lack of credibility to Z protesters meant that the army was the nation's backbone. The military is not saying over. Who acts? Much of the debate is economically in acts one as the conversations happening, and with real time the building. From these talks, one name rose to the list. Former Chief Justice Shilakaki. One was preeminent jurist, Saki developed a reputation as an honest defender who loved protesters by marching alongside them and calling out the killing protesters. However, she does face a major hurdle. According to Yoraj Cicero Kari Universal Framework, makes President from Parliament. It's a that faces another option, Kathmandu's political figure in Nepal at the moment, as popularly known as public endorsed Kaki, and called the president to dissolve Parliament. The dissolution of Parliament and holding new elections are among the core of the protest. As one person we spoke to viewed the entire institution as salvageable. Other demands include the introduction of limits for Prime Minister, who, under the current constitution, can serve an indefinite number of 5-year terms, and a reduced term for Parliament from 5 years down to 4. Some protesters have also suggested introducing a mechanism for the direct election of the Prime Minister. This would end the current system, where voters elect members of Parliament, who then select a Prime Minister from within their ranks. If these demands are met, they could pave the way for Sushila Kaki to become the nation's first female Prime Minister. However, they might also pave the way for a controversial figure to make a comeback. In the previous chapter, we introduced Rabbi Lashmane, the former deputy prime minister who escaped jail during the protests. He initially rose to power as a populist, an anti-corruption figure, but he later became mired in several corruption scandals. Despite this, he retained a significant base of support that has fronted him as a possible pick for interim prime minister. Supporters point to his long career in governance and past anti-corruption stances as evidence that he has what it takes to lead. Yet for all his support, Lamachane's chances of becoming prime minister are basically zero. Beyond the controversies that make him unpalatable to the youth, his very escape from prison has raised constitutional, ethical, and legal questions. Elevating him risks undermining the legitimacy of any transitional government and the protests as a whole. In the background of these debates, some Nepalese are discussing a more dramatic possibility: the return of the king. Isn't that a Lord of the Rings movie?
Now come the days of the king.
Former monarch Gyanendra Shah, who was deposed in 2008 when Nepal became a republic, has retained a loyal following. In early March, more than 10,000 supporters gathered near the main entrance to Kathmandu's Tribhuvan International Airport to welcome the king after a trip to western Nepal. Now, with the government reeling from the shock of the protests, the monarchists are trying to push the narrative that the king is the only one who can stabilize the country. Regardless of who becomes the next leader of Nepal, one thing is absolutely clear: they will have to shoulder not just the hopes of the protesters,
Guys, you know what this
but
makes
also
me
the
want
weight
to
of a
do?
broken system.
This makes me want to play
fail,
CK3. If you
protesters
guys
have
want to see
proven
that,
more
I'm
than capable
gonna
of
pop
holding
on
them
that
accountable.
game.
Zooming out.
So yeah, we'll see.
So, stepping away from Nepal for a moment, we can see that these protests are not a unique phenomenon. In fact, what unfolded in Kathmandu echoes similar movements in the Philippines, Kenya, and Indonesia. In Manila, young Filipinos marched against corruption. In Nairobi, Kenya's Gen Z
Control. Just to control people. Determined the volume. Debate. I'm a beer back. I'm gonna go make a pizza. I got something from the store a while ago. It's downstairs in the fridge. So I'll be right back. Gonna make a kind of microwave little cheese pizza, and I'll be back online or back to the live feed. I'll pull up chat on my phone. Actually, I just wiped my phone. I need to do something with it. I need to set it up again, but that's why I was like, I normally have chat pulled up on my phone, but I'm only using one monitor right now because I can't set up the Roku.
He said, and we'll quote him here, right here. Picture here is people wanted someone they could trust.
I can't change the input on that because I don't know where the remote is.
During their tenure as the country's chief justice,
I need
to build a reputation as someone not only willing to stand up to corruption, but also ready to
I'll be back up in a bit, but gonna go make lunch. I'm kind of hungry.
Khaki inherited
a
fragile country teetering on the edge. Government buildings and stuff. She seems to have handled this task really well. On her first days in office, she visited injured protesters at Kathmandu Civil Hospital, promising that the state would pay their medical bills. She further announced that the families of slain protesters would receive 1 million rupees, about $11,330 in compensation. By doing this, Khaki was signaling that the days of government indifference to public suffering, a huge driver of the protests, were over. And it was a message that resonated with the country's youth. So much so that they took to the streets with brooms and trash bags and spontaneous clean-up of Kathmandu, intending to show the world they were ready to rebuild. Beyond mere symbolism, Khaki has also taken concrete steps. The government announced the formation of an independent commission led by retired Judge Gauri both that unleashed by the state as well as that carried out by the protesters themselves. So far, the Commission has already banned former Prime Minister Oli and several others, including former Chief of Intelligence Raj Thapa, from leaving the country. For his part, Oli has denied any wrongdoing and demanded a separate investigation into the violence. He wrote on Facebook, and we'll quote him here, "The government did not order live rounds to be fired at protesters. There must be an investigation into the incident in which automatic weapons, not issued to the police, were used to fire shots." Then there's the technocratic government Khaki appointed to steer the country through the transition, one designed to hopefully restore public trust. Some of her picks include Om Prakash Ayal as Home Minister, Rameshwar Prasad Kanal as Finance Minister, and Kulman Gishing as Energy Minister. According to Al Jazeera, Ayal is a human rights lawyer who has taken legal cases in the public interest. Kanal is a former finance secretary who recently recommended major economic reforms, and Gissing is a former state power utility chief credited with ridding the country of its load-shedding problems. Ayal has already made waves promising that all the corruption cases that had been stopped because of political influence would be reopened. According to a local outlet, the Kathmandu Post, Ayal insisted that the mandate of this new government was to ensure law and order, without which it would be impossible to hold elections in 6 months. And that brings us to the most important point. Everything that Prime Minister Khaki's government is doing right now isn't just to hurt protesters. Rather, the overarching purpose is to prepare the country for an election scheduled for the 5th of March 2026, one that is likely to be the single most important election in his modern history. And the question is whether she's up to it. And now a quick word from our sponsor, me, or more precisely, my website, fronts.co. Have you ever found yourself thinking, there's just not enough content on Warfront. 6 videos a week is just not enough for me. I want the world to be crazier. I want more war, more death. Well, 1, what's wrong with you? And 2, well, great news. Extra Warfronts content is now at your fingertips over at fronts.co. Look at that. Look at that. Yes, starting this very week, we'll be posting 2 exclusive videos every week to our new subscriber-only website, fronts.co. For just $5 a month, you'll get access to brand new Warfronts content that won't be available on YouTube. Our first videos are already up, exploring topics as timely as whether Poland could win a war against Russia, and as timeless as how South Korea came to build the best tank on Earth. And to sweeten the deal, we're also asking our writers to contribute 2 in-depth written articles each week, exploring some unusual or less appreciated geopolitics and warfare. So, not only will you get more of the videos you love, you'll also get a chance to read some of our writers' unfiltered takes on war news. So look, if you like this channel, you love Fronts.co. Again, $5 a month. It helps support us here at Fronts, Warfronts, Political Fronts, and Fronts.co. And nothing is changing here. I've learned from the mistakes of past YouTubers. We are not doing a paywall on any existing content. The 6 videos a week will be here for you just as before. It's all just gravy, baby! Don't know why I went all Austin Powers there. But, yeah, fronts.co. Just go there. Good domain, right? It was expensive. Organising a snap national election is a logistical challenge, even in stable democracies. And Nepal is currently about as stable as a house of cards built in the middle of an earthquake. Not only does the government have to contend with the aftermath of the revolution, it also has to accommodate a new groundswell of interest from a youth that was previously disengaged but is now alive with the fire of protest. The voting age has already been lowered to 16, and the deadline for registration extended until the 16th of November, a move specifically taken to allow the nation's young people to cast their votes. Under the old system, new voter registration was blocked the moment an election was announced because, reasons? This decision, perhaps more than anything else, will likely confirm to the Gen Z protesters that they made the right choice in Kharkiv. It empowers the youth who drove Nepal's protests, giving them an actual voice in shaping the nation's future. And this increased willingness to give the youth a real seat at the table has inspired some, such as Siddharth Gurung, to run for office. Gurung, a former DJ and the head of Harmony Nepal, an NGO that was at the forefront of the protests, has quickly emerged as one of the most influential figures in Nepal. In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera's Start Here, Gurung revealed that running in the elections wasn't something he had initially planned for, but he felt compelled to do so because the toppled government was constantly trying to tarnish their image. Quoting him here, "You know, we just wanted a safer Nepal, and we wanted corruption-free Nepal, and they have dragged us into politics. If it's politics they want, that's what they'll get. So we will be running for the next election because we are not going back down now." Gurung further emphasized the importance of the youth presenting a unified front in these elections to ensure that they could protect the change they fought for. The idea of a unified front is important because if Gurung runs as an independent candidate, odds are he will be elected. However, because of how Nepal's government is structured, he will have very little practical power. Being a parliamentary system, Nepal doesn't elect its prime minister directly. That would be insufferably French. Instead, the party with the most seats in parliament gets to choose the prime minister and form the next government. Without a party, the youth are likely to be locked out of power after the March elections. In the Al Jazeera interview, Gurung indicated that he was forming a political party, but so far we've not seen much indication that the protesters are mobilizing around a specific party. That's not to say it won't happen, but even if they do fall in behind a single set of candidates, Nepal's Gen Z will still have a tough challenge winning. After all, the parties that were previously in power haven't disappeared or been disbanded. Former Prime Minister Ali's Communist Party of Nepal, Unified Marxist-Leninist, which won 26.95% of the vote in the last election, still exists, as does the Nepali Congress Party, which won 25.71%. And while the protests and subsequent dissolution of parliament damaged the reputation of the old guard, it didn't completely eliminate their base of support. Although no opinion polls have been carried out in the wake of the protests, it isn't difficult to imagine that for every young protester demanding something new, there are older voters in the rural heartlands who continue to see parties like UML or Congress as a bulwark against rapid change. That contradiction is at the heart of the upcoming election. Protesters want to push the country toward a new political order, while the traditional parties want to prove they remain the safest option. The old parties can still mobilise money, organisation and cadres in ways that youth activists cannot yet match. The protesters may have shaken the system, but the system still has resources that could prevent them from converting momentum into seats. For the youth, winning over the traditional party's base, which is often made up of older and more rural voters, will be critical in ensuring that their version of Nepal prevails. The other question hanging over March elections is whether Sushila Kharki will run for office. As interim Prime Minister, her is technically limited. Prepare the country for elections, stabilise institutions, and then step aside. However, her sudden rise and the competency of her leadership has made her one of the most popular and trusted political figures in Nepal. So far, Kharki has presented herself as a caretaker, not a contender, emphasising the neutrality of her technocratic cabinet and the temporary structure of her government. But in a nation where trust in politicians has collapsed, she seems like a natural candidate, particularly among those that we spoke to on Discord. However, others believe that Kharki's greatest strength is her impartiality. Running for office would risk politicising the credibility she built as a judge and now as an interim leader. It would also risk taking her attention away from the transition. Still, the speculation won't go away. If Kharki does not step forward, the fear is that the choice will boil down to a youth movement still building its structure versus traditional parties that are discredited and organised. For many voters, that feels like a pretty unsatisfying set of options. Kharki could change that by agreeing broad coalition bridging the gap between young protesters and disillusioned moderates. Still, others that we spoke to suggest that Kaki could endorse a youth candidate rather than run herself. Some of the names we've heard include Siddharth Gurung and Malendra Shah, the mayor of Kathmandu and a popular figure among the protesters. Malendra endorsed Kaki as interim governor, and some believe Kaki returning the endorsement would only be fair. Still, 6 months is a long time, especially in politics, and Nepal's electoral landscape will be completely different come March. However, one thing that won't change is the enormity of the choice in front of the Nepalese people. The revolution was in fact televised. Now the question is whether those who overthrew the old system can harness that energy to construct a new one. Stepping away from Nepal for a moment, we have to acknowledge just how closely the rest of the world is following these events. Nepal is the first country where sustained protests have led to a complete change in government this year, and that hasn't escaped the attention of countries dealing with similar challenges. Already Madagascar has since dissolved parliament in the face of copycat protests, and other governments in the global south are particularly wary of what happened in Nepal within their borders. Regionally, India and China are monitoring the situation for their own interests. For China, the collapse of Ollie's government means that they have lost a key ally. According to DW, in recent years, Ollie has moved Nepal closer to China diplomatically and economically. In 2017, Nepal joined China's Belt and Road Initiative, Beijing's trillion-dollar infrastructure and connectivity project. Additionally, analysts pointed to China's apparent fondness for Nepal's left-leaning parties, especially the Maoists and Ollie's Communist Party of Nepal, because they share similar core beliefs. To emphasize how close Ollie was with China, just days before the outbreak of the protests, he attended a military parade in Beijing marking the 80th anniversary of China's victory over Imperial Japan. According to geopolitical analyst Chandra Dev Bhatta, China's interest in Kathmandu extends beyond a shared communist legacy and infrastructure investments. Quoting him here, "For Beijing, a stable and peaceful Nepal serves two purposes: safeguarding Tibet's security and rallying smaller states behind China's global policies. China will be monitoring the elections closely to try and influence the outcome. If Ollie's party can win, then the status quo remains. If the New Youth Party wins, then Beijing will have to convince it that it's a worthwhile partner." India, on the other hand, is monitoring the situation because any instability in Nepal could quickly spill over across the border, causing an increase in insecurity and putting a strain on resources. While security is the main concern, India would like a reliable partner in Kathmandu to continue pursuing smooth relations. Nepal also views the United States as its third neighbor because of the US's global dominance. Recently, the United States provided a $530 million Millennium Challenge Corporation, or MCC, grant to scale up Nepal's energy grids and road infrastructure. The MCC is seen as the Western countermeasure to China's Belt and Road. Washington will be watching the March elections with as much attention as Beijing and New Delhi. If a new government comes to power, it could be swayed to move closer to Washington than China, which would be a major coup in President Trump's continued competition with President Xi. Whatever happens in March, then, Nepal has forever changed how people in the global south interact with their governments, and the world has taken notice. Thank you for watching. They say we are a TikTok generation, a generation of idiots. And when we rise up, they don't let us speak out about the country's problems. When a Malagasy protester said those words to DW, she captured the raw frustration of an entire generation disillusioned with their government. And it's not just in Madagascar, where the youth, angry at runaway corruption, economic uncertainty, or a host of other issues, have taken to the streets in protest. In Nepal, demonstrations against a social media ban quickly turned into a wholesale revolution. In Kenya, they rallied against an unpopular finance bill and police brutality. And in Ladakh, they agitated for greater constitutional safeguards and statehood from India, which has governed the region federally since 2019. In Madagascar, however, the protests were caused by something most people would take for granted: access to water and electricity. Madagascar is one of Africa's poorest nations, with about 80% of its population living on less than $2.15 a day. The government recently implemented roaming cuts, which left millions in the dark and without water. In the capital, Antananarivo, these cuts meant that essential services for more than 12 hours, making the country's already precarious situation a lot more precarious. The government's response followed a familiar playbook: heavy-handed force, curfews, tear gas, and mass detentions. When that quite didn't work, President Andre Rajoelina announced that he was dissolving the government. Even this dramatic gesture has failed to assuage public anger. The At the time of writing, protesters continued demanding his resignation, which, if it happened, would be quite given that President Rajoelina first kicked a wave of street protests that topped his predecessor in 2000.
We're gonna work on improving literacy and famine before we include in this section of.
Let's connect. What does it mean?
Hey, buddy, smell some food. Some of the dogs up here.
Or more precisely, my website, France.co. And you found yourself thinking, it's just not enough.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
It's just not enough.
What you doing?
I want the world to be crazy. I want
What the dog doing?
more death.
What the dog doing?
Extra Warfronts content is now at your fingertips over at fronts.co. Look at that. Look at that. Yes. Starting this very week, we'll be posting 2 exclusive videos every week to our new subscriber-only website, fronts.co. For just $5 a month, you'll gain access to brand new Warfronts content that won't be available on YouTube. Our first videos are already up, exploring topics as timely as whether Poland could win a war against Russia, and as timeless as how South Korea came to build the best tank on Earth and to sweeten the deal. We're also asking our writers to contribute 2 in-depth written articles each week, exploring some unusual or less appreciated angle on geopolitics and warfare. So, not only will you get more of the videos you love, you'll also have a chance to read some of our writers' unfiltered takes on war news. So look, if you like this channel, you'll love Fronts. Again, $5 a month. It helps support us here at Fronts, Warfronts, Political Fronts, and Fronts.co. And nothing is changing here. I've learned from the mistakes of past YouTubers. We are not doing a paywall on any existing content. The 6 videos a week will be here for you just as before. It's all just gravy, baby! But yeah, fronts.co. Just go there. Good to know. It's expensive. Now, perhaps the single most important factor driving these protests is demographics. Countries across the global south are experiencing a youth bulge, a phenomenon where a large share of the population is comprised of children and young adults. According to Justin Lin, former chief economist of the World Bank, the youth bulge commonly happens in developing countries after the state successfully reduces mortality rates and still maintain a high fertility rate. In theory, a youth bulge should be a good thing. As more young people enter the workforce, the country's dependency ratio, that is, the ratio of the non-working age population to the working age population, will decline. Activities, the country's economy should boom. Given all the demographic booms in places like Europe and the United States, this seems like a pretty good problem to have. But
I wonder where the population of
for all those young people can't find employment, a situation that is becoming increasingly common across the world, then it tends to no longer be the enemy but the Irish. Anticipating unemployment issues is the fact that more young people than ever before are getting more educated, a degree no longer guarantees a job, as well as a stable career, because these economies are not growing fast enough to absorb the influx of graduates. Not to state the obvious, but it's a really big problem. Santosh, a young man from Nepal, put it this way. There is a big problem with jobs here. Even after getting a degree, people don't find work, so they have to go abroad. And those that do only earn 100 to 150 euros a month. That's not enough to live on. According to Dr. Richard W. Frank, a senior lecturer at the Australian National University, this disconnect between expectation and reality contributes towards more radical forms. Well, the young people who can't secure employment have a lower opportunity cost for risky behavior. When they don't feel like they have a stake in the system, they become more willing to challenge it, sometimes violently so. Now, this is also true of the West, where the number of people who degrees has far outstripped the number of well-paid
That's just the same thing in the US, but it's just people are quote-unquote risking behavior,
or
Madagascar, crime.
Is how visible economic inequality has begun. And not just inequality, but also rampant elite corruption. In Nepal, while ordinary citizens trying to make ends meet, Sagar Thapa, the son of politician Bindu Thapa, posted a picture of himself in front of a Christmas tree made of over 30 luxury gift boxes from brands like Cartier, Louis Vuitton, and Gucci. This angered them so much that they took to social media, used hashtags NepKids and NepElites to criticize what they saw as the extravagance of a corrupt class shielded from the daily struggles faced by the average employee. In Kenya, while the government was preaching austerity trying to curb debt crisis, President William Ruto and his Cabinet Secretary Chumba Mukman were seen wearing designer shirts and watches worth $1,000. In Indonesia, parliamentarians voted to give them a house allowance of 50 million rupiah, that's approximately $3,000, in addition to their salaries. They saw almost 10 times the Jakarta wage. The backlash isn't just about the opulence being displayed by public officials and their families, though. It's about those images representing society's already weighed by economic hardship. When thousands tighten their belts at a photographed in designer pose or bloggers for hours to celebrate the wedding, the gap pretty impossible. Young people statistically survive. It is a the difference between protests we're covering in this video and others to take place in countries like France. In the West, inequality and corruption can be rest to leave you literally unable to feed your family, and then Arthur, Indonesian MP who protected is exorbitant, will start quickest people in the world. This is why some countries like China have started cracking down ostentatious displays of wealth during the social unrest that they might trigger. But it's not just the inequality this time period. Another factor that's become embedded in all our lives over the last 15 years or so. One day, even in
How does it go? It's pretty good stuff. Cheese, garlic, good.
Kenyan government has committed misuse of cybercrimes bill, while in Indonesia the state has the electronic transformation law. Critics of the technology social media, but we learn that the governments insist they are necessary to safeguard national security. Laws like these, regardless of Chatham House, there's been a sort of trivializing of what social media can mean to young people, both in this protest and across the world. Social media
Did I
isn't
just
just
hear
a way
this
that we chat
fucking
with our
same
friends.
episode, or what the fuck is this?
Connected to any kind of network in society,
Seems
both
like
locally
it's used
and
as a
globally.
source, like in
Gen
multiple
Z's first
episodes.
generations have grown up with widespread access to the internet. And for them, it's more than just a source of entertainment and intriguing documentaries presented by knowledgeable bald men. It's a tool that they use to learn, connect with their communities. I am very bald. To connect with their communities and make a living and hold those in power accountable. Young people across the world have taken to posting content satirizing their governments whenever they feel unheard, mocking politicians through nicknames, memes, and parody videos. When satire fails to change things, internet platforms can quickly transform into protest headquarters. Encrypted messaging apps like WhatsApp and Telegram become command centers for coordinated protesters, while social platforms like TikTok allow stations to live stream party. Protesters in Kenya and Indonesia used these apps extensively, with the deaths of Baruki and Afan Kuranawa at the hands of police. Those videos became rally and mobilized thousands more to take to the streets. As ideas to spread, all over the world. This is the key point at home here. 2025 hasn't been a success just because governments this year have been particularly shitty. Or maybe a protest that can galvanize one another, or even give them to global brains across the world. Now shying everything from Malaysia to something to kill as tear gas. Nothing illustrates this global exchange better than the appearance of EU1 protests across the world, from Jakarta to Paris and Antananarivo to Subir Sinha School of London Transport, the new meat, elevating it from a cartoon emblem into a political symbol. Quoting him here, well, all of these basically have rallied around they've given a meaning. Somehow this stands for freedom and liberty. It stands
somehow.
Collective anger.
Whoever that guy is like against that shit.
Allowed the
Not the guy who's speaking, but the guy who's writing in the paper.
However, the most important is spreading false news isn't a tactic or a symbol. It's the fundamental realization that governments are neither in every time there's a breach, every time a government protesters demands, it is proof that the status quo can be challenged. There's a reason why so many of this year's names, just as Kenya's 24, the home Nepali politicians were ransacked and burned as they had been in Indonesia just weeks earlier, why the protesters in Morocco have organized themselves in the same way as those Madagascar, Peru. Yet copycats doesn't mean dead. Because while some have already started talking about the Asian Spring, the fact is that all revolution is an outlier. In most other nations behind the Gen Z protests, governments are still standing, and in some, they've become more entrenched. Although these protests share a common DNA, their outcomes have differed significantly depending on factors such as how the political elite reacts and how organized the youth are. Some led to tangible political change, while others have fizzled out, underscoring the fact that copying a protest doesn't guarantee the same result. In Kenya, after staged protests against the 2024 finance bill, President William Ruto withdrew it, conceding to one of the protesters several months.
Cool.
He went even further, dissolving his cabinet and promising major reforms. However, that's where the momentum stopped. He reached out to shore up his through a coalition-type arrangement known as the broad-based government. Then he hired his old ministers, and those he didn't retain were rewarded with cushy positions, often as ambassadors. Guilty. And finally, well, accordingly, majority league Chunwa, they quietly passed to its before barely 5 months after the deadly protests. Kenya is a perfect example of what happens when government has mastered the art of performative accountability. By acquiescing to some of the protesters' demands and instituting the bare minimum reforms possible, the government was buying time and goodwill, hoping that short attention spans and fatigue would eventually wear down the movement. The strategy worked, as subsequent protests, including a wave this summer that turned deadly, have failed to reach the critical mass of June 2024 when the Parliament building was so large. The government has implemented its agenda unchallenged. Additionally, Kenyan protests have exploded in the Middle East. Institutions marches, they're willing to hold President Ruto accountable to contrast this, where demonstrators were able to Mr. K. Sharma Ali. The vote succeeded where Kenya's faithful coalition government ready up to Prime Minister was in Nepal, the last party of Nepal, coalition. The two parties are historical rivals, and their ideologies are the others. The coalition between the two was doomed to fail, and cracks could be long before the first young person picked up an anime flag. After the start of students urging late receivers slightly near. Nepalese youth took advantage of a fractured political class, but only wanted to also be interim government sympathetic to theirs. Then, led by Sudan, girls and federal government coalition Hub Paul, the trend from street press to electoral politics. In an extended result here, one confirms to him buying from torture to Cameron Nepal represent the two pools of possible outcomes for these youth.
Why the fuck is this YouTube video so loud? The whole fucking headset's so loud. I can't hear myself think to fucking commentary. But yeah, we're gonna swap over to a different game in a second. I was thinking about playing a bit of I don't know. I might play
this spectrum while protests are still happening.
bit of War Thunder, but we might do that later tonight. I might end the live and go live later. I don't even know what time it is.
But this is geopolitics, where events can move rapidly in the 2 days between us recording this video and releasing it.
Yeah, I'm going to live and edit the video and
push it into the ball counters. It's a lot easier to place a country on the spectrum. In hindsight, Indonesia tilts more towards the Kenyan model. According to Liam Gammon, a research fellow at the Australian National University, Indonesian protesters hit a brick wall of elite unity. This allowed the government to skate by with cosmetic changes like reducing lawmakers' benefits while ignoring most of the 17+8 demands, a set of short and long-term measures drawn up by activists to address their concerns. When the press asked Pabaya Sadiwa, the country's new finance minister, about these demands, he dismissed them as the complaints of the poor minority, saying, and we'll quote him here, "That's just the voice of a small part of our people. Maybe some feel disturbed that their lives are still lacking. If I create 6 to 7% economic growth, those demands will disappear automatically."
This dude has sold a bill of lies by the fucking European and American financial. Not even this dude is literally thinking that not the guy on the screen, the guy who is talking about the people in Indonesia, not the guy in the video. So the leader of this country, what he's basically saying is that like the people are only fucking stupid because they're poor. Essentially, that's what he's saying. But basically, what he doesn't realize is he is like doesn't have shit for money compared to like the people who put him in power by investing in his country, like in the U.S. and Europe. So he's like basically a puppet of U.S. and Europe and China, but like he's like shitting on the people who like are his own people in his country, which is kind of ridiculous. But whatever. Anyway, I might hop off. I don't know how long I've been live for. Let me check. Let's see. Window where it's live. I don't have chat open right now, guys. I need to open it for you guys. See what everyone's got to say. If you have anything we want to play or anything, like even any suggestions for games to play, I'm open to suggestions. I'm kind of hot, so I need to swap what I'm wearing. So I'll go AFK for a second for that, but other than that, I'm gonna be good to keep playing for a bit. Hopping into the live chat real quick. Give me a second, guys. Okay, cool. I have it pulled up now. What's up, everyone? How you guys doing? Pulling up analytics, seeing how we got going on. Pop in Twitch chat now. Stream miniature is what we want. Everyone's doing good today. Let's see what we got going on. Twitch chat pulled up now. Let me just pull a kick. Hope everyone's doing alright. Okay, cool. Well, I might play a bit of CK3, guys. We'll see what we wind up doing. Let me find a new.
Behind every big movement in history, there's a hero, and that hero seemingly gets all of the credit. But behind that hero are other men that were deemed too rough around the edges to get any of the fame. For every George Washington, there's a Daniel Morgan. For every Abraham Lincoln, there's a Cassius Clay. For every Omar Bradley, there's a terrible Terry Allen. And for the United States Navy, there's this man. Today we're talking about John Paul Jones, the father of the United States.
This is lagging too much. I'm gonna swap over to U4. So I can run a U4 a lot better than I can run Vic3 with this mod. I can run Vic3 fine with I don't know which mod it is it's lagging, but a little better. Actually, I might just turn on the AC. I forgot the heat's on in the house. Hey Siri, turn the AC on throughout the house. Alright, we're gonna play as Lubeck, I think. I've been wanting to do that, and I think we're gonna do it now. I've been wanting to try a campaign where you start as a Merchant Republic, but I haven't done that yet. I've only done the thing as Florence. That's the only campaign I've actually played as a Merchant Republic. So where you like play as like Florence and then convert. What I did was on my last run, I basically rushed teching up, didn't conquer any provinces, and then later on I was in a war, allied with France, got given Lucca, then I tried taking Genoa. Anyway, and that kind of ended our campaign in the long run, but like in between then and there, what we did was let me change the input for the game. We basically focused solely on like building up the trade. So I rushed colonialism, and where is it? Okay. I don't know why it's not showing up. What the fuck? Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Alright, yeah, we're gonna play as Lubeck. I actually want to do something unconventional as our first campaign, and I want to either play a trade nation or probably no one's gonna do this, but I want to play a banking nation as our first campaign in EU4. I don't really know if that's gonna be a common thing, probably not, but. I'm gonna disable the sabotage stuff. Just because I don't want it to like copyright it, which it always does. Like it's allowed to be used, but it's just annoying having it like. We're good. Or we're gonna just rival everyone who borders us so we can build up a kind of power base. Because that's why I got kicked out of Europe, I think, in our Florence run. And I think we're gonna ally with Austria and Poland, maybe, if we can. Or Austria and the Pope, I don't know. Or Austria, the Pope, and England, I don't fucking know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be reacting to any videos right now, just while we're getting I don't know, because EU4 takes a lot more focus than actually in that case, let me actually do have this open. I just forgot. We'll let this run. I don't know why it's not loading though. Maybe I have to reset it. Hold on, guys. I know what the problem is. I have I can't watch YouTube for reaction videos while I have the live chats open, and that's just like a problem with multi-streaming because it takes a lot of bandwidth. So let me close these. Okay, close that. And we're gonna reopen the YouTube video we were watching. Let's go to YouTube. Actually, let me Actually, I should probably be adding people to the trade league before we go off and so if we do go to war with anyone, and we're not necessarily going to be working on like annexing them fully. But what I will do is I probably will I most likely will work on cutting them down to one province, so we can so we'll be able to. Sorry, I'm just focused on this. I wanna eventually expand over to Trade League to Ireland, and but yeah, for now, what do we do? We got this going on. So yes, we can place trade posts. We can form trade leagues. Okay. So let's see. What do we have available to us? I like getting these mercenary. So two things I really liked what we did with our Florence campaign: plutocratic ideas and mercenary ideas. Although I think it's better to do mercenary ideas for our first military idea. But the one good thing about plutocratic is you get the development cost, but that's not toward the end. So in that case, maybe we'll start with infrastructure ideas or trade ideas, depending on how we want to do it. I think we will. What do we take for the idea? It was nobility idea, or sorry, not idea, agenda. Okay, so we want to work on who's the nearest elector aside from Brandenburg? Is our rival, right? So we can do Cologne, improve with Cologne, and I'll ally with those now. So what we'll do, pull off of improving with Cleves, and we'll ally with Cologne. It would be good to ally with someone, or we could swap from Austria later on, but yeah. Because it'll be good to ally with someone who when the Protestant Reformation does happen, we'll probably swap to that. So honestly, I really like the Lubeck animation. Oh, I guess this is all German ones. Why do these have different ones? We might want to take Gotland. But see, I don't know, it could be... See, it's a hard fort to take, but I don't know, maybe if they disband the fort, then we'll go after that city. But they would ally us, so it could be good to... say we ally with, like, Cologne, Austria, and right here with these guys, and then eventually vassalize them. I don't know though. We'll see. Okay, let me get the video queued up now that it should load. Reload. I think YouTube might be down. I don't know. Seems like it's kind of glitched the fuck out. Pages are responding. Oh fuck. That's annoying. I think the internet's going out. Guys, I might have to end the live. I don't know. I'll where's the live? I don't really know what the fuck is going on with YouTube. It just crashed. Anyway. I might end the live, guys. I don't know if we're still live, so I just don't want to be wasting my time, you know? But I'm gonna run this campaign as a test and maybe record it. I don't know. I guess I could go live and just treat the VOD as like a video. Yeah, I'll stay live, but I'm not going to be reacting to anything. And I might go off webcam. Just because, yeah, I don't know. I want to slouch. You know, lean back. I think my dog's trying to get in my room. In that case, we're gonna... Honestly, I really think it might be worthwhile to just end this campaign. Because we could, aside from going here, taking Gotland, we basically could manage without a navy, except for a trade. But we'll keep it, and just for the sake of patrolling for people doing piracy. I don't know. Denmark might do that though, to be honest. Wait, no, I completely forgot that you can only use the arrow keys in this. You can use WSD. I hope in EU5 they default it to WSAD and not the arrow keys. Like, I like the arrow keys, but I don't think they're as useful as WSAD. We're gonna work on building up a trade fleet. And aside from that, in a few, once we build up some wealth, we're gonna take that. Okay, so... Okay, cool. We're gonna take this guy here, and we're gonna transfer trade. Okay, cool. Next one we're gonna go to is White Sea, and that's for... yeah. Hey Siri, pause. Pause right here. need to wear sunglasses or something when I go live. My fucking eyes hurt from staring at the damn screen all day. Alright, I might hop off, guys. I need to go walk around the block or something, take a break. Anyway, guys, peace out. I had a great one today. It's been a great time, but yeah, I gotta hop off. All right, cool. So with that gone and done, I'm gonna do the pillage, and we're gonna end the video here. Okay, so let's see what we can get. Okay, cool. I had a great time today, guys. But with that done and gone, and